The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Ms Longbottom.
Good morning, Commissioner Caldas. I call our first and only witness for today, Lieutenant General Natasha Fox. May the General please be administered the oath.
Do you, Natasha Fox, swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Could the operator please display the tender bundle?
It's just the 2 pages, Ms Longbottom.
It is. The third page is and follows the documents that have been previously tendered. Commissioners, I seek to tender the documents in the tender bundle in the manner in which they are described in the list.
Thank you. They'll be accepted on that basis then and allocated the next lot of numbers. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner Caldas. Lieutenant General, you've had a long and distinguished career in the Army. Am I right that you graduated from the Royal Military College in 1991?
That's correct.
And you've held a number of roles across the Australian Defence Force, including prior to your most recent appointment as Deputy Chief of Army?
That is correct.
And on the 5th of June last year, you were appointed the inaugural Chief of Personnel.
That's correct.
Now, upon appointment, am I right to understand that you also assumed command of several entities, a number of which are of particular interest to this Royal Commission? And I might just step you through those. You assumed command of SEMPRO, is that correct?
That's correct, but that didn't occur until the 1st of July, so I assumed command on the 1st of July of those entities.
And will you retain command of SEMPRO?
Yes.
Okay. You've also assumed command upon or close to your appointment as Chief of Personnel of Defence Force Recruiting?
That's correct.
The Joint Transition Authority?
Yes.
Defence Member and Family Support Branches?
Yes.
And you've also been made the Accountable Officer for Military Justice. When was that?
That was in October. That transferred through to me.
Okay. General, the Commission heard evidence during the course of this hearing block from the Deputy Prime Minister, Richard Marles. He described you as one of the people within Defence who have key responsibilities for the issue of member suicide and suicidality. Do you agree with that characterisation?
I agree that as a senior leader in Defence, I have a responsibility, but I think all leaders in Defence have a responsibility.
Do you have any specific enterprise roles that give you that responsibility with respect, putting to one side the fact that you are one of the senior leaders within Defence, do you have any specific enterprise level roles or responsibilities with respect to member suicide and suicidality?
I am responsible for the support services that our families and members access. I am responsible for administering the Surgeon General for the Australian Defence Force, who has the technical authority of the health services for our members. So they would be the key elements that would contribute to wellbeing factors of our members.
And in terms of those support services, you're talking there particularly as part of your command of the Defence Member and Family Support Branches?
It is one branch,
yes.
Yes, so for Defence Member and Family Support Branch.
In your capacity as Accountable Officer for Military Justice, do you have command of any support services that are available to individuals going through that system?
The support services that they can access through, if they have unfortunately experienced sexual assault, yes, through the SORT and through SEMPRO. Through support through Defence Member and Family Services for what the family support programs can offer, the career management functions that may provide support, and like all members, as part of our command doctrine, we're responsible for wellbeing and welfare of our people. So in those roles, yes.
Now, I want to turn then, if I can, to the breadth of your functions, specifically starting off first of all as Chief of Personnel. Now, am I right to understand that the establishment of your role formed part of the establishment of a single integrated ADF personnel system?
That's correct.
And that occurred as a result of what's called Joint Directive 10/2023 by the CDF and the Secretary?
That directive tasked me to establish the Chief of Personnel function, but actually it was the Defence Strategic Review that recommended the establishment of the Chief of Personnel function within the Australian Defence Force so that it could integrate personnel functions given what the government was asking of Defence through the Defence Strategic Review, that independent report.
And that's probably a very apt moment for me to ask you, what outcome is this single integrated ADF personnel system directed to achieving?
The Joint Directive 10 of 23, which I know is in the tender bundle, has an end state in it that is that directed end state that I'm to achieve. And it is about integrating personnel functions so that our people are better supported, so that the design of the Australian Defence Force is supported through people who post into those roles. Now, if I can explain that, the creation of the Chief of Personnel was a DSR recommendation that the government accepted. Joint Directive 10 of 23 tasked the reimagining of the Defence People System, of which Chief of Personnel or CPERS organisation was part of. And the easiest way for me to describe my role in that reimagining of the personnel system is the Vice Chief of Defence Force is responsible for the force design function, and that is military workforce design in terms of the nature of the Australian Defence Force, its structure and its capabilities, based on what the DSR has directed. The service chiefs are responsible for professional mastery, that is train and prepare. And so in a personnel function, that is job design to deliver the force outcomes.
And I might take you in a moment to a diagram that sort of sets out aspects of your role. But before I do that, you've spoken to the outcome you've been directed to achieve, but can you tell Commissioners in your own word what success will look like for you?
Absolutely. I think that success will look like trust improved in career management. Our forces are trained for their role, they're remunerated for their role, and we have appropriate support services in order to undertake a career in the military. I think as well, as part of that, that involves a safe working environment where I have co-responsibilities or senior leadership responsibilities for ensuring the correct culture in my organisation and action taken when it's not correct. And then when people are wanting to leave Defence, that they leave feeling valued, proud of their service, and able to integrate back into civilian community. So I see it as a system that I'm responsible for. It is not just one component, but I can't do that, and I was trying to explain that before in my previous answer, I can't do that without the Vice Chief, without the service chiefs, and where I was getting to is the Deputy Secretary Defence People's role as well.
And it might be convenient in that respect if I can take you to a diagram that I think explains aspects of that. But just before I do, how long do you have to achieve that outcome?
So I'm in my tenure for 4 years, so from 1st of July last year, so I have 4 years in my tenure. I have a reorganisation responsibility and to evolve the system through to November this year, but I don't see it as stopping evolving because I don't believe that. I believe in systems need to learn and learning means that you might actually have to keep adjusting. So the one thing I do know is that we need to keep responding to our circumstances and change to meet the changing needs of our people.
And that would require, would you accept, a proactive, professionally curious approach to looking at the system, particularly insofar as it concerns the health and well-being of your members?
Yes, I agree.
Now, I might just bring up this particular diagram. Operator, please display DEF.0031.0002.0001. While that's coming up, it's up here now. Now, in terms of that intersection you spoke about between the Vice Chief of the Defence Force, the Service Chiefs and the Deputy Secretary of Defence People, can I just focus first of all on the role between yourself and the Deputy Secretary of Defence People? You operate in what I think is termed in Defence a diarchy.
Yes, that's correct.
In the context of the single integrated ADF personnel system, can you illustrate that for commissioners on this diagram?
Can I explain the diagram first, because that will make sense
Yes.
for how the diarchy works. So, commissioners, when I looked at the Joint Directive 10 of 23 tasks, and then all of the responsibilities that come with being Chief of Personnel, and then, as I was explaining before, my relationship with my colleagues, it is a significant responsibility. And so I have an approach. I need to be able to see things to understand them, because that provides clarity in around your role and what you're accountable for and your responsibilities. And so I worked with my team to construct a simple view, even though it looks complex, of a plan on a page. And I also believed that we focus a lot on reporting measures that go into corporate plans and also into our other systems, such as our readiness system, that I won't talk about further. But they needed to be complementary so that we were working off the same information in the same processes, so that we could get an accurate view of where risks might lie in order to be proactive in actioning them. And so this diagram, if you look to the top, that has the portfolio budget statement, program outcomes, invest in defence people, and program within outcome 2. In the corporate plan, that is 4, but it's referenced here in the budget statement. Then it's the corporate plan activities that you can see there. And then we were given a number of enterprise priorities given the volume of work in defence, concurrent work in defence at this time. Then the top line of the table underneath starts with aspects of what is the personnel system: workforce planning, recruiting, attraction, learning, and you can go across that greyed out line. And then it indicates who is accountable in those roles based on, I have mapped my charter letter and other accountable requirements into that table. And then who is actually supporting in that role. Because it's a system and we operate matrixed, often it gets confused who is accountable and who's supporting to achieve those outcomes. So I indicated across there who is supporting those outcomes. And then the planned results. So the planned results are what should be happening, and they're themed into areas. Then underneath that, who the 2 stars are that are generally doing those activities. And then, as you would have no doubt realised through the Commission, we have a plethora of strategies. And so my view is you can't have a strategy unless you're measuring its implementation and the outcomes. And so this is not complete. So I am putting strategies into the line where the strategy is, so I know what we're referencing when we're looking at particular areas. And like I've said, this is being built, it's iterative. And if you then scroll down further, on the left-hand side, I've got a number of Defence People System level tasks. and they run across the system. So all aspects in a matrixed organisation with different strategies impact one another. So I've plotted these results based on the interim workforce plan and the Defence Corporate Plan key result areas. And my intention then is, as we go into that diagram, can I just take that off? Thanks. The governance to be determined by accountable officers, I'm putting the committees into that greyed out area that look at the strategies, those areas. So I'm integrating vertical responsibilities and horizontal tasks, so I know where they're looked at. So as Chief of Personnel, if I'm concerned about a particular issue, I go to the right area, I go to the committee, I look at the agenda items, and I say it's not on there or it's on there, and what are the outcomes? So that's my intention with this document that I am working through. Sitting behind this, the 2 stars are currently documenting the activities that they need to do to achieve the planned results and what measures need to be assessed for those activities to be successful. Now, that's going to have to be a combination of activity-based, which we measure access perhaps, we measure numbers participating, but also we need some qualitative measures to understand experience as well in those metrics. They're currently being assessed so that, and the 2 stars start to indicate where the risks are starting to lie, and those risks will be plotted in an aggregate sense. And here's the next part. It's a combination of metrics and judgment into the trend that I will start plotting into this to understand. And so I can actually go, who's looking at the risks that are starting to emerge as amber, or who's looking at these high-risk items? Show me the committees, show me the papers, so that we can start to take account of all the really great work that's been happening in different areas that hasn't necessarily integrated. So my role in this is an integrator.
And General, would it be fair to say then that a measure of success of your role will be removing silos within Defence with respect to activities that are directed to the particular topics in this table?
That is absolutely my intention.
Now, I'd like to illuminate for commissioners the interdependencies with respect to yourself, the Vice Chief of the Defence Force, the Deputy Secretary DP, and the Chiefs of Service. We might conveniently do that by reference to the second last column on the table, strategy and policy. So,
Thank you.
So you'll see there, it identifies the Deputy Secretary DP as the accountable officer for policy. Is accepting that policy, so that policy would extend, for example, to the Defence Blueprint culture policy. So that is something in respect of which the Deputy Secretary DP is the accountable officer. But surely you have some input and responsibilities with respect to that. Is that correct?
That's correct, and I'm sorry, Council, I didn't get to answer. I forgot to answer, so I'll address it now.
Yeah.
The diarchy, which is a unique, it's a governmental concept, but it's actually based on accountabilities. And so DepSec DP and I operate together. She can't achieve what she needs to do without me supporting, and I can't achieve what I need to do without her direct supporting. And so Joint Directive 10 of 23 constructed us as a diarchy so that part of is generating an ADF workforce that I have that responsibility for, and DepSec DP has responsibility for the enterprise activities that run horizontal that I will draw on. So it's a supported and supporting function depending on what we're actually doing. And so the culture blueprint was developed. That's one of those items that has actually been developed. It was being developed when I was the Deputy Chief of Army. So the cultural team that was in Army at the time, through Good Soldiering, was providing input into the culture blueprint.
And in terms of how the governance of that diarchy operates, particularly with respect to the Defence Culture Blueprint, would I be right to understand that at a committee level, decisions with respect to that are made, first of all, at the Defence People Committee level?
Yeah, that's correct.
And you and the Deputy Secretary DP are both co-chairs of that committee?
That's correct.
And so in a practical sense, that means that you have to have unanimity of agreement on the policy itself before it can be escalated up the committee system.
Yes, we can. And we can also have professional disagreements. It's a highly respectful relationship in terms of we both have responsibilities for defence, and so you can't achieve it without one another. So we can disagree, and if we disagree, we can escalate. But at this point, I've not had cause to disagree.
And where you have that disagreement, where is it escalated?
We would go to if it's about a resourcing issue, we'd go to an enterprise business committee. If it's a very specific policy issue, again, we'd go to the enterprise business committee. I go to I'm a member of the Chiefs of Service Committee, so it's an ADF specific issue. I would go into CDF for guidance or through COSC to raise different issues.
And now another aspect of the interdependencies that's depicted in that part of the table is with the Chief of Navy, Chief of Army and Chief of Air Force. If we could just focus particularly on cultural policy, what is the interdependency between you and the Chiefs of Service, and what hard and soft power do you have?
So in terms of defence culture and the blueprint, each of the service chiefs have cultural teams that assist in implementing the culture blueprint. So the culture blueprint has been an evolution over time, and it's the expression of our defence values and behaviours and the culture we're setting to generate, from my perspective, a ADF workforce that is expressed through the service chiefs' culture plans that reflect our common defence values, but in their domain context.
And so an expression that's been used during the course of this hearing block is centralised control, decentralised execution. Would that be apt to describe what you're talking about in terms of culture?
Yes, it is. And given that culture is part of what a senior leader is to be held accountable for, that's also that intersect as well.
And in terms of the service-specific lens that's taken to the implementation of the Defence Cultural Blueprint, do you have hard power to direct the Chiefs of Service as to what their plans must look like?
No, as long as they're expressing the defence values and behaviours.
Okay.
So what I would do is I would talk with them, because hard power at 3-star level actually doesn't get you. It's about collaboration. So it's your behaviour that gets outcome and how you influence, not necessarily the expression of a hard power. If there was a contentious issue across domain plans that the 4 of us couldn't resolve, we would take that to COSC.
So it gets escalated through
Yes.
the committee system. Now, another interdependencies that is identified in this table is with the VCDF.
Yeah.
Can you illuminate the interdependency as between you and the VCDF in terms of your work?
Can I just clarify, in relation to defence culture or in relation to my Chief of Personnel role?
Well, let's start with defence culture, but then I separately would like to know in relation to your Chief of Personnel role as well.
Contextually, it's easier if I do it the other way around.
Whichever way is easiest for you.
Thank
General,
you.
is fine.
Thank you. It was going to how I was explaining the interactions. So the Vice Chief is responsible for setting the design of the force. and and we have created in Joint Directive 10 of 23 a military workforce design division that hasn't been in existence in a divisional sense before, to look at the whole force and determine the force structure priorities and capabilities based on what government has directed us to do in our defence mission. So that is new in the people system. The Vice Chief and I work in terms of head military workforce design, and I intersect on a regular basis. In fact, he comes to my commander's update briefs because he, through his work, is looking at what capabilities are priorities for posting cycles. He's looking at what capabilities are priorities in terms of our critical capabilities and where we would need to develop set plans around improving retention rates. It sits in the Vice Chief because he's responsible for the force in being as it relates to readiness, as well as the future force as it relates to design. So it's a tension between balancing our current force that we have as we continue to evolve to the future force that's listed or that's directed through the Defence Strategic Review.
And if I could just sort of play that out in the context of a practical example, say the Chief of Navy came to you and said, well, you know, I need X number of personnel at this training institution. You would be the person who would be responsible for allocating or directing people resources to fulfil that need. Is that right?
That's correct. So the Vice Chief determines for the CDF the capability priorities and organisational priorities to fill. And so I then post to those organisational priorities. And that is a change in part in our new system as well, because it's taking a whole of force view of where our people are required to serve.
Now, part of this work you're doing with respect to the integration of the ADF personnel system is reflected in what is called an interim workforce plan.
Correct.
I might just bring that up if I could, please. It's DEF.1380.0002.001.
While that's coming up, can I try to clarify something from the previous
Of course,
diagram?
Commissioner.
General, you mentioned in your evidence a reference to where the committee structure fits in. I'm not sure, but I can't discern from the diagram where the committee structure fits in.
So in that white gapped area, so you've got the defence level tasks down the side and then the responsibilities across the top.
Yes.
In that white area that's not yet been filled in is where I'm mapping where the committees are being held that look at those different functions. And it might be that there's a working group that looks at a very specific issue that I start to put in that as well.
Okay.
So they're not in there at this point.
So my vision's not defective.
No.
Thank you.
Ms. Longbourn, if I could just mention for those following the transcript, the technical people are aware it has stopped and they're working on fixing it at the moment.
Thank you, Commissioner Caldas. If you could then turn, please, operator, to .0010. Sorry, it's the previous page, thank you. And I'll just really draw Commissioner's attention to this. You'll see that there are a series of themes and deliverables. Those themes and deliverables are also reflected in that plan on the page you just showed us, General, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you'll see, Commissioners, that one of them particularly pertains to cultural mental health and wellbeing. It identifies a series of initiatives. That's right to understand, General?
That's correct, although I can't read it from this far back.
No. But those are a series of initiatives that have been undertaken as part of this plan.
Yes.
Now, if the operator could then turn please to .0014 and .0015. This is obviously a snapshot, General, of workforce experiences of your members. And it pertains particularly to, as you'll see on the right hand, psychosocial safety climate and unacceptable behaviour, and then other indicia. Is this data used to inform the initiatives or policies that are in the interim workforce plan?
Yes, it is, because it's an expression of experience. So it is the start of a conversation, because it's based off a survey that you then follow up with looking at other data sources to understand why our people are saying this. So it is absolutely used to start that conversation and go deep diving on particular issues.
So if we take, for example, the confidence score in senior leadership, in what respect will that data inform some of the initiatives, say, in the culture, mental health and wellbeing space?
So senior leadership, our behaviours and how we act and enable trust from our people is part of that culture blueprint responsibility. So our behaviours still have to be accountable. That is of no difference to any of the people that work in the ADF or in Defence. And so we would look at where trust might not be and why we might need to do some additional senior leadership training, which does occur from 06 levels and above in relation to leadership ethics, restorative engagement training. So there are a number of different programs and mentoring programs that we would use if I went and deep dived into that in particular.
And if I could then turn to the psychosocial safety climate, and if it could be expanded, on my maths, General, that indicia shows that 19% of the ADF are at high or very high risk in terms of the psychosocial safety climate. Does that reflect your own view of the state of defence at the moment?
I would characterise it, when I look at the complaints that I look at, I look through the military justice, I look through WHS information, I would say, and I look at the workforce hollowness, and I've heard that mentioned, in terms of concurrency of activity and the different cycles of tempo that exist in defence, I would say that does reflect.
And I mean, this table shows, for example, that unacceptable behaviour within defence has remained particularly sort of relatively static between 2019 and 2023. You are someone who has served in defence for a very long time. You are amongst the upper echelons, particularly of female leaders within defence. With that hat on, what do you see the state of culture within defence being at the moment?
Culture is an incredibly difficult area to measure, and so we use all these different proxies to measure culture. And I would say different teams have different experiences, and then if you looked back at the other page, you can see those different experiences reflected in organisations. And so those different experiences go into the relevant service chief and group head, and then they start deep diving on those.
We might be a bit at cross purposes. I mean, obviously this data tells part of the picture, but you have the lived experience of having been in defence for sort of over 30 years. What's your own perspective about the state of culture within Defence at the moment?
So it is far better than when I joined.
Okay. Well, what do you see as being the main issues within culture in Defence at the moment?
I think when I look at our junior, senior leadership and the tempo that we have, there's a balance that we're not necessarily getting right. That's also a tempo balance that exists in operational headquarters. And so that when you have a stressed workforce, other behaviours, and you can see them there, start to emerge. And so when you ask me the total culture, it is far better than when I joined. Are there areas that we have to improve? Absolutely. And that's what that other diagram goes to start looking at, well, what is it in the other areas that is problematic?
And I think one of the particular areas that is of focus for this Royal Commission is unacceptable behaviour. And that's something that you have oversight, both as Accountable Officer for Military
Yes.
Justice, but also in terms of
Yeah.
CPRO. Focusing on unacceptable behaviour and sexual misconduct, what's your own perspective of the state of Defence culture at the moment?
Whenever I see a sexual misconduct activity or an event, I'm incredibly disappointed because it breaches all trust that we have with one another to actually serve together.
And would you accept, General, that unacceptable behaviour is a persistent systemic issue in Defence?
I would accept that we, in an organisation of 100,000 people across ADF and APS, have people that will not display the behaviours that we want. What I do see having improved, and we need to make sure this goes to trust and confidence that I mentioned in why I'm being so transparent with what we're doing, is that behaviours will be dealt with when they're reported. And I know in the past we didn't support that trust because we had interpreted privacy to not provide outcomes, but I'm so pleased that that's been addressed and we can now do that for our people.
General, I mean, if I can take you, for example, to the snapshot about unacceptable behaviour, that shows over 25% of members of the Australian Defence Force have experienced unacceptable behaviour, and it shows that those figures have remained static at least across 4 years. Surely that is indicative of a systemic cultural issue within Defence.
Can I just see the top of the slide? Sorry, on the whole of Defence summary. Okay, thank you. I absolutely, I accept that.
Now, I might...
I accept that's a survey result that people have said that, and I know I don't want to, I'm not trying to dispute that survey result. If I take that result and then I look at the quarterly WHS scorecard about incidents, and I go and look at what are the incidents and where are they happening and are they being closed out, the survey, that result makes me go and look at things to address unacceptable behaviour. So that for me is a perception, and perceptions for people who are filling them in are real. But that at that point for that survey, and that's why I answered it that way. I'm not trying to say anything different. That makes me go and look at what's happening.
But I mean, accepting that you go and have a look at what's happening, those surveys are telling us that the real experiences of people, in excess of 25% of people in the ADF, is that they have been subjected to unacceptable behaviour. Surely you would accept that this is a systemic cultural issue for Defence.
I accept that unacceptable behaviour is systemic, yes, but that survey result doesn't tell me where it's been substantiated and what action's been taken. So I'm sorry, you're asking me to substantiate the survey result, and so the survey results are telling me that point in time, absolutely. So I absolutely say that. I don't hesitate.
And putting to one side the survey results, again, putting on your own hat as someone who is a senior leader within Defence, and particularly a senior female leader within Defence, do you accept that there is a systemic issue with unacceptable behaviour within Defence?
I accept that we have cases of unacceptable behaviour that we should not have. I can't tell you if it's systemic in an enterprise sense, but I accept we absolutely have them and they occur and they should not occur.
And what will success look like for you, particularly in that space of unacceptable behaviour?
So I want them to reduce, and I want people to have confidence in the system that when they report, that people will take action to address them, and then that when unacceptable behaviour happens, it is addressed, and that we tell people what's happening and we learn so that other people don't do things and don't have poor judgment.
And so what steps are you taking to achieve those outcomes?
Well, part of that is what we're doing with, if I start at the top, and before my time, but currently in play, for me it starts with learning and how we do induction, how we bring people into the organisation, how we express individuals are accountable for their behaviours, leaders are accountable for their team behaviours, and it builds. And not to walk past issues when they emerge, but to take action, to encourage people to take action, to express that the behaviour was inappropriate or unacceptable and address it. So we're starting with culture, ethics, character. So these are philosophical doctrine that we've not necessarily had before. That then works its way into the training system, and we are now starting, it's in our performance reporting, to look at our emotional intelligence, how we look at the well-being, look after the well-being of our people. Historically, my perspective was commanders used to be successful if they met all of their training objectives and had readiness levels at X, Y, and Z, but not necessarily if they had people who wanted to leave, or they had people who had declared that they were unwell and weren't managed appropriately. So we're starting to look, it's in our performance reporting now for 05 and below, that's social mastery, how you express values, how you account for the character of people, how you would manage an unacceptable behaviour, and then the well-being of people. So that is only just in 24 starting. So that's why when you asked me, from my experience, it is significantly better. But I can't tell you metrically. I could give you examples, and they would not happen now. But can I put my hand on my heart and say every 100,000 people in Defence won't do unacceptable behaviour? No. I can't do that. And that's why the systemic question I'm struggling with, because I can't put my hand on my heart and say that. But what I can say, in a systems view, we're pushing down and training into our system culture, character, ethics, and assessing social mastery.
So you can put in place systematic issues to
Yeah.
address
Yeah.
a systemic problem, yes?
Yeah.
But alongside that, it's also important to have measures to see that those systematic measures
Yeah.
are achieving what you want.
Yes.
And one indicia of that would be a decrease in the level of unacceptable behaviour.
Yes.
Now, I just want to turn to another aspect of your work as part of the ADF personnel system. Operator, could you please display DEF.1269.0003.0554? While that's coming up, can I just ask, General, in terms of your specific work as Chief of Personnel, how many direct reports do you have?
I have 5 2-star reports. I have 2 band 1s in the. So within my structure, there's myself. I have a small office, 5 2-stars. I have 2 band 1s and 16 1-stars.
And do you have additional staff you can draw upon as required?
So within all of military personnel organisation, there's over 5,500 people that I can draw on for their experience as I need to. Or if I need additional support to help me achieve outcomes, I can discuss that with the service chiefs in relation to their tempo management, and if an expert can be released to support a mutual objective that I'm trying to achieve.
And the sort of the change that you are required to achieve across the next 4 years is, would it be fair to say it is an almighty undertaking?
It is an enormous cultural change that the department is undergoing. And I say the department because it's not just the ADF, it is all of Defence is, this is changing because we have new divisions that we've never had before. We have, and the DSR has imposed an enormous amount of change that we are balancing concurrency pressures to introduce, and the people system changes are some of the largest I've ever experienced that I have the privilege, and it's a point in time, the stewardship responsibility to leave a better place.
And do you have the resources you need to discharge those responsibilities?
I think everyone would like more resources. My budget is still, if I talk budget in the first instance, my budget is still being worked through because of the enormous changes. But when I talked with the CFO and I explained my challenges, he gave me the funding that I required. When I look through what people I need to support, and the changes are just being mapped out, and because I'm driving different accountabilities and transparency, I do need some additional people. And so I have indicated I would like a deputy to assist me in my role. And I've had initial discussions with the CDF about the volume that I have. And certainly the senior enlisted leader and a number of my senior warrant officers have indicated a senior enlisted person would be required to help me do the verification, because I have an approach with my team. I trust what they do, but I'll ring a person 2 down and ask them what they're doing. I'll go into a committee and say, show me your agenda. Even my own committee, the Defence People Committee, I ask them to map for me how many times specific cultural issues have come into the committee over the last 12 months so that I could see that we were looking at the right things. So I know I generate a tempo on my team, and I'm very privileged that I have an outstanding team who all share the passion that they have for this point in time to change the people system. And we talk every day. So when I need additional resources, I indicate it. I'm conscious of the concurrency and tempo pressures and the hollowness that exists in the organisation amongst the junior, senior NCOs and the middle-ranking officers. So I don't want to induce more pressure. I just need to make sure I have the right resources to do what I need to do. Because if you have too many resources, people also don't reform. And this cultural change requires us to do something different. It requires us to reform. So it is a very fine balance that I have to maintain.
Just focusing particularly on the financial part of your budget, you said that you went to the CFO about the amount you need. Given your job is to integrate the personnel within the ADF, why do you need to go to the CFO to get the budget you need?
So it's the way the portfolio budget is managed. So the CFO manages the entire department's budget on behalf of the secretary in his accountability lane, and it's allocated out to budget holders. But when we stood up on the 1st of July, that was the start of the financial year. So budget elements were transferred, but I carried risk that was being managed in other areas because I was new. And the other areas were able to manage that risk because they had a substantial budget. And so the CFO recognised that and allocated me additional money in order to be able to achieve, within the PGPA, my budget requirements.
Now, General, this is a briefing to the Defence People Committee. You familiar with this document? Yes. It includes a draft of the plan on the page.
Yes.
We took the commissioners to earlier. But it also includes what's called an RASCI matrix, RASCI matrix.
Yeah, RASCI.
And am I right to understand, essentially, that breaks down plan results under the heads of each of those themes that are in the interim workforce plan. So
yeah.
I want to take you to a particular one. If the operator could please turn to .0575. While that's coming up, so one of your themes of work pertains to culture, mental health and well-being.
Yes.
Have a look at this page. This result is with respect to assuring the health, mental health and well-being of the workforce.
Yes, but that's a September 21 draft and that has evolved since then.
Accepting that it may have evolved since then. So am I right to understand these are specific activities to give effect to that theme of work?
Yes.
Now, one of them, and my questions are really directed to understanding how you actually measure success. You'll see the second dot point there refers to JD 10 of 23. So I take it that's the joint directive.
Yes. Yeah.
It says the directed activity is that the safety and mental health and well-being of the total workforce has been enhanced. Yes. That reads really as an aspirational statement that's very difficult to measure. Would you agree with that?
I agree.
Has that particular measure been further particularised since this draft?
That is the statement in the joint directive. And so what I have, and when I was expressing the plan on a page, these documents sit under that responsibility, to your point, where the 2 stars have to develop the metrics, and that's why I was saying some will be activities, so access, and some will be outcomes, and they've got to provide the expression of those. And so if I look at culture and safety, I would look at the metrics in the workplace health and safety dashboard, given that they're already something that we measure and trend that over time. But also I would look at well-being and the well-being factors, so the social determinants of health, to understand how people are tracking. And I would be relying on Brigadier Langford in particular there to actually help with those metrics. So the accountable piece has changed. FAS-PS is Cassie Haynes, but her job title has changed as a consequence of the people system.
So you're looking for outcome measures that actually show the impact
Yes.
on defences,
Yes.
psychosocial safety, climate.
Yes.
Yep, okay. And these measures are directed to occurring, as I understand it, sort of by the end of this year. Is that right to understand?
That's right. So I've seen a first cut, and then I know there were a lot more words, and they will go back for some more work, a lot more work.
But that's an ambitious undertaking to achieve by November of this year.
Absolutely, it is.
And what confidence do you have that will be able to be achieved?
Some of my people are indicating that these are off track because of degrees of concurrency pressure, and I accept that. But I'm willing to take what I know intuitively as some of the measures, and we keep evolving them because, and I said it before, and the reason I crafted the table, if you don't measure what you're doing, you don't know if it's working. We've measured a lot by access, and even I measured a lot by participation and access. And I can take some of those as baseline measures now, but it's about the effect that we have to understand. And that is difficult, and that's where we probably need some support in terms of people who are much better at determining outcome measures, because everyone struggles with it.
Okay, so you need help in determining what the metric of success will be.
The measure of success is that, for me, the workforce is healthy and
Yes.
can do their job. And so I could take that in a number of different ways, but what I actually want to make sure is the mental health and wellbeing of the total workforce is enhanced. And Caitlin, with her team and those social determinants, will help with those outcome measures. So constructing them so they're outcome measures takes some expertise.
And does that expertise sit within Defence?
Some people do have it, yes.
And can you tell me specifically what parts of Defence have that
So
expertise?
I would look to the audit teams, the ombudsman teams, the performance management teams to construct outcome measures.
And is that work underway?
Yes, that's what I was saying before. It is underway. It needs a lot more refinement. And some of our, it requires quantitative and qualitative. And so it's the qualitative piece that you have to be able to measure, not just quantitative. That's easy. This takes degrees of understanding causal and the right measures for the causal. So that's the difficult part.
And what do you see as a more realistic time frame to achieve that outcome?
So that's what I'm working through with my team in relation to concurrency. So they've indicated to me they're off track in some of the measures pieces because of it. They can indicate intuitively, but we don't want to be there because I want this document to be transparent. I've provided my team charter letters that their performance is working off this, so I know they're committed to actually getting it right.
Now, I'm just going to shift topic, General, to some of the data this Royal Commission has been able to put together based upon workplace behaviour surveys that we have compulsorily obtained from Defence. They're contained in a slide pack that I'll ask the operator to please display on private mode. And Commissioners, I think you have hard copies of that as well. If not, I'll arrange to make sure you have them.
If we could just ensure that it is in private mode, because there was an incident yesterday where it didn't end up being on private mode.
I'm told that it is in private mode, Commissioner Caldas.
Thank you.
Now, General, have you seen a copy of this document in anticipation of appearing today?
Yes.
I want to take you through particular parts of it, really just to get your view about whether or not any of the data surprises you about where the state of aspects of defence culture are at. I might start, if I could, if the operator could please turn to the third last page on the slide, headed 2022 Defence Workplace Experience Summary Report. So you'll see, General, that provides a snapshot of the data that Defence provided us. And in particular, it has approximately, I think it's 28% of the ADF are experiencing a medium to very high risk of psychosocial risk. I'll then ask the operator to turn to the next page. And you'll see, General, that depicts the psychosocial risk climate, particularly in red with respect to those who have experienced unacceptable behaviour. You see that?
Yes.
And you would accept, would you not, that that shows that those who have experienced unacceptable behaviour are at substantively higher psychosocial risk?
Can you just restate that proposition?
So, this diagram shows in red those who've experienced unacceptable behaviour.
Yep.
In green, those who did not experience unacceptable behaviour. And then, of those who experienced unacceptable behaviour, roughly 40% or above were at a high to very high psychosocial safety risk. Do you see that?
I accept that diagram is showing that. I was just checking as it relates to the previous diagram. There were more inputs into the previous diagram. This is not this by itself.
So this breaks down what is in the previous diagram by reference to unacceptable behaviour.
Yep.
And you'll see there is at dot 1 to 7, there are various dot points that explain the basis
Yep.
of that analysis.
Yep.
And it shows you as well the sample sizes that were relied upon to reach that outcome.
Yeah.
My first question is, does this cause you any surprise?
That is high. at that high, yes, for 1,000 people in March. Am I allowed to say that, given the...
That's fine, General.
So, if I look at the sample size, and I accept that that is high in relation to the sample size for that month, but I would go and go, what's going on in that month? And I can't tell that from this, sorry.
But you'll see that this tracks that data from 2018
Yep.
across to 2023. So it's not just a snapshot at March, it's a longitudinal snapshot of that heightened psychosocial risk.
Yes.
Does that give you cause for concern?
For March, yes.
But not for 2018 to 2022?
So for me, what's gone on in March of each year is what I'm saying. So the concern I'm having is, yes, that reflects that, but I'm like, what's going on in March? From the result you're telling me on this slide, it's for March, and I'm going, okay, that is high in March, but I don't know any other information around that, and that's why I keep saying the surveys are outstanding to prompt people to go and find out what's going on so that you can do something, and something's going on in March in that particular survey, and I would need to go and look at it for March because it's drawn for that specific period over each year.
I think we might be at cross purposes, General. If you see paragraph 4,
Yep.
it explains to you in effect that March 2023 is the end point of that analysis.
Okay.
So it's showing, I suggest to you, a heightened psychosocial risk, not just for March, but from 2018 through to March 2023.
Okay.
So, accepting that to be the case, does this data surprise you?
It disappoints me.
Is it a cause for concern?
All unacceptable behaviour is a cause for concern.
And accepting this data on its face, is it a cause for concern that this is not information of the type that you have at your fingertips?
No, because I do look at the survey results, and so, but I've not seen it expressed that way before, but I'm open to all information expressed very differently and to go and have a look at other factors. So it absolutely concerns me, and cutting data multiple different ways is useful to understand, or to actually go, what else is going on here as the start point.
And can I say to you a couple of things about that? You talked earlier about survey data showing perceptions. This data, I suggest to you, shows actual experiences. So I'd ask you to look at it through that lens.
So is this taken from complaints databases versus survey databases?
Experienced unacceptable behaviour.
Sorry, Council, I'm not. So I just want to make sure that I'm being helpful.
Of course, if you look at paragraph 2, so it's members who have been identified as experiencing unacceptable behaviour, and that is derived, that definition is derived, a derived indicator as defined by defence.
Yes, and that's...
I object to it for this reason. The witness has asked for the source of the data, and I think that's where the examiner and the witness are at cross purposes.
For the purposes of my question, if the source of the data is an issue, then I'm asking the witness to assume, for the sake of the question, this is what it reflects.
I thought you described the source of the data before.
And I'd indicate in that respect that the bottom left-hand corner of the table shows the source of the data and the means of methodology.
So, Council, that was my point.
I'll allow the question on the assumption that you put to the witness.
Thank you.
Sorry, Commissioner. Sorry, that was my question, because it comes from the workplace survey data that I keep saying is an outstanding source that we should be looking at, that all senior leaders should be looking at and tracking over time, because it's your conversation point to go and dig deeper.
But General, can I just, the Commission has allowed the question on the basis of that assumption. So on the basis of that assumption, is this a cause for concern for you?
And I think all unacceptable behaviours are concerned. So those results, yes, are concerning in terms of the survey data, and that would prompt me to go and look at other actions that are happening.
And have you seen data of this type within Defence before?
Not constructed that way.
And isn't that really the nub of the issue, in that if you don't have data that shows these sort of sub-cohorts of risk, you don't know where a problem is and you don't know how to act to address it?
And that was what I was expressing before. So the premise that, like I was saying, all data is highly useful, and that's why the measures you have to get right to make sure you've got the activity, so a participation rate, but an effect that you're trying to achieve. And so whilst we're having a conversation on source and survey versus the complaints database or whatever it might be, that should prompt people to go and look. And so if data is cut differently, that is we should learn from all data sources, is what I'm trying to say.
I understand that, but accepting that we may be cavilling over,
Unacceptable behaviour absolutely is of concern.
And it's particularly concerning if you are not receiving data that tells you in quite a specific way stark differences of psychosocial risk for those who experience unacceptable behaviour.
Yes, but I also look at this on the quarterly WHS snapshot too. That cuts it a different way. So I'm not disputing, it's an absolute concern, and we should be looking at all sorts of data.
So you are aware that people who experience unacceptable behaviour are at a substantively higher psychosocial risk?
I'm aware that unacceptable behaviour as a workplace effect contributes, along with some other measures, to psychosocial risk. Yes, and if it's a higher level, then your risk is higher, of course.
So that's a yes to my question. I'm really looking for a yes or no answer.
Okay.
Are you aware?
Yes, I am aware.
That those who experience unacceptable are at a much higher psychosocial
Yes, I am
risk?
aware.
Okay. Can I then take you to another slide, please? It's the 20...
Ms Longbottom, before you move on, I don't think there's a descriptor on the record of this document, is there?
No, there's not. I can give one for the purposes of the transcript.
I was thinking if people are going back to look for it in the future, it might be useful.
Of course, no, that's a very good point, Commissioner. We might call it the Defence Survey Data Examples Slide Pack.
It doesn't have a DEF or whatever descriptor, does it?
No, it doesn't, Commissioner, because it's been used as an aid rather than being tendered.
Thanks.
If I could ask the operator to please then go to the third slide, which is the 2022 Defence Workplace Experience Summary Report. So you'll see there, General, it breaks those figures down by parts of the whole of Defence and Defence as a whole. I'm then going to go to the next slide. Now, I'll give you an opportunity just to read it, but as part of that, I'll note bottom left-hand corner speaks to the validation of the data. The bottom right-hand corner speaks to the sample size. And then there are various descriptors in paragraph 1 to 6 of what the data shows and the methodology that was used. And you'll see that this chart depicts members by gender who have been identified as experiencing unacceptable behaviour. Can you accept that for the purposes of my questions?
Sorry, can you just say that again? I was reading the.
No, you take a moment
I
to
was
read it.
reading the sample size information then.
Okay. You tell me once you've finished reading that.
That's fine. I was trying to. Sorry, I'll answer the question.
No. If you need a bit more time.
No, I was trying to understand the sample size as it relates to population size, to understand the percentage variance, so I could myself make sense of what it's saying, because the numbers and percentages and years can all tell a different story, which is excellent. That I was just trying to work through that in my head. Sorry. So
That's well. If we can just focus on the story as sort of depicted in this chart. So it refers to members who've been identified as experiencing unacceptable behaviour. Accept that for the purposes of my question.
yes,
Figure 1A depicts the prevalence of that behaviour by female permanent ADF survey respondents. You see that?
yes,
And figure B depicts it by reference to male permanent ADF survey respondents.
yes,
Now, I suggest to you, General, this shows that there is a substantively higher prevalence of unacceptable risk for women than for men in the ADF who are permanent members.
yes,
It shows that risk is substantively more prevalent for women who are aged 17 to 30 years. You accept that?
as depicted, yes.
Have you seen data of this type before?
Not depicted that way, but if I look at unit surveys, I understand what demographics are in that unit, and that gives me a different view. So as depicted, I accept it as depicted, but I also would contextualise. I would go and look at the units where I know those demographics are to understand what is happening there. I only say it that way because, again, it's a survey data, and an individual in a survey can say they've experienced that. And then if I go and check complaints, sometimes they match, sometimes they don't. But sometimes the complaints are actioned, and what someone perceives as unacceptable behaviour and how they've been spoken to, so the 37 unwelcome behaviours, if it's not substantiated and it's a lawful order or it's a training action and it's deemed to be the training plan, or it would look different. But I accept, as you've depicted it, it is saying that women are at higher prevalence of unacceptable behaviour, and I accept that by virtue of my experience and knowing that females, as 20% of the ADF in a minority, in that sense, albeit 1 in 5, are likely to experience unacceptable behaviour greater.
And you'd accept as well that survey data has its limitations, including because we know there is a lot of underreporting of unacceptable behaviour by women in the
That's
area.
why that's why the surveys are great, and that's why I keep saying they're an outstanding tool to use.
But I suggest to you, General, this presents a very concerning picture about the state of unacceptable behaviour as experienced by women within defence. Do you agree with that?
As depicted in your diagrams, I accept that.
And what's the point you're seeking to make by the reference to as depicted in the diagrams? I mean, is your view that that probably overstates the extent of the issue?
No, because I keep saying unacceptable behaviour experienced by anyone, regardless of gender, it destroys trust in our organisation and it needs to be dealt with. But I can't, and what I was trying to indicate before demographically, in terms of the numbers as a percentage of the overall population, it doesn't give me, that gives me in relation to that data, that scale, but it doesn't give me in relation to the overall demographic data what the scale is. And is it 1 in 3? Is it 1 in 53 or 3,000? Hypothetically, that's what I'm trying to grapple with, to understand scale. That absolutely gives me concern, and that's why I keep saying, as the first point, absolutely everyone should be looking at the survey data, and we should be cutting it multiple different ways to go and look further. So as actions to reduce and prevent unacceptable behaviour.
I'm going to move topics, if I can, please, General, to culture, and in particular, specific data and initiatives undertaken by Defence in terms of addressing culture, specifically with respect to women. Can I ask an opening question, though? What do you see your role as being in terms of initiatives to address culture for women within Defence?
Can you just hold that in your head for the moment? Are you coming back to that document?
We can, Commissioner, if you have some questions, we're very happy for those to be asked now.
I'm actually thinking of its status as being on the record. It's been shown to the witness, and in some respects she's adopted it and expressed various views about it. In a traditional hearing, you'd probably tender it for identification at
I was
least.
going to say, yeah, should we mark it for identification, Commissioner?
Are you happy with that?
Yes, I think it probably should be marked.
Do we have any previous exhibits marked for identification?
I don't believe we have.
And where I used to exercise jurisdiction, we used to use letters, so we'd call it Exhibit A for identification. Is that?
We might call it, Commissioner, if it's convenient to you, MFI-A.
Okay. Thanks. And as I understand the footnotes, the data is taken from commonly answers to notices to produce by the Royal Commission,
That's
as examined by the data people employed in the Royal Commission.
precisely, Commissioner. It's Defence's data that we've obtained by compulsory notice, and then it has been analysed by our own data people.
And by now, General, I expect you've forgotten Ms Longbottom's last question.
If I can just raise one issue, Commissioner, you will remember I took some objections when the ministers were giving evidence. There are still issues about the use of the data and the way that it has been treated, which is why much of the questioning's been on an assumptive basis.
I understand that, but in a trial, one might expect proof of the underlying data, but I suspect we might be getting that anyway.
I'm not sure the underlying data is the issue. It's the way in which it's being
How
treated.
it's been examined.
Yeah.
Right. Thanks. I think your original question probably is on the record, Ms Longbottom. If you want to go back to it, if you can.
It might be convenient if I just pose it again.
Righto. Thanks.
Thank you, Council.
So, General, we spoke about your specific role with respect to culture at an enterprise level. My question is specifically directed to what your role is about culture initiatives that particularly pertain to women. Do you have direct oversight or accountability with respect to those?
No, not as they pertain to women, but I do it as a matter of course as a female leader.
So one of the reports with respect to women in the Australian Defence Force is called the Women in the Defence Force Report. Are you familiar
Yes, I
with
am.
that? Now, I might just ask if that could be displayed. It's DEF.1167.0006.0939. So I take it you're familiar with its contents?
Yes, I am.
I might just ask the operator to please turn to .1003. And you'll see there, and I'm paraphrasing, but it shows that over the last 10 years, women's experience in the Defence Force, particularly insofar as it concerns wellbeing, have declined.
Sorry, where's that? I can't.
If we could expand, key findings for KP11.
They've reported lower levels. I don't think it says declined in there, but
Lower levels of wellbeing, morale, workplace support and inclusion and satisfaction with career.
yes.
The persistence over a decade suggests that women and their specific characteristics and needs are not recognised and valued. I take it you're quibbling with the proposition that it is declining as opposed to staying low.
Yeah, because your question was it's declined and that says lower levels.
Okay.
Sorry.
No. So over the last decade, women have persistently reported lower levels of wellbeing and morale. Is that at odds with the view you expressed earlier about you seeing positive changes for women within the ADF?
No.
Why not?
Because it was coming off a low base.
Sorry?
In terms of my experience, it was coming off a very low base. So what I'm experiencing now and what I know is in place now is very different to what it was in 1988.
This still doesn't present a particularly positive picture, though. You'd agree with that, wouldn't you, General?
That's reporting lower levels, yes.
Okay, and if I can turn then to .1006. And if you can expand, please, operator, what I described as being the areas of continuing concern that require future focus. You'll see, General, they concern lower levels of morale being reported by women. Does that surprise you?
No.
Lower levels of perceptions of career progress by women. Does that surprise you?
No.
Issues of merit, fairness and career agency. Does that surprise you?
No.
Now, the report outlined that a further systemic shift was necessary to address some of those underlying factors of gender equality. I might just take you to that part of the report. It's at .1022. And if I could ask the operator to please display the second last paragraph. It refers in particular to a program logic that is being developed to provide a strategic framework that identifies intervention pillars, and I'm paraphrasing, to really create a safer and more respectful culture within defence. Are you aware of that work?
I'm aware of the work that we started from memory 2020, 2021 to set about a program logic to start looking at improving various aspects of service for women, and some of that is reflected in the full Women in ADF report that you have there. But I'm not sure of the status of it now.
Well, I might sort of take you to that in a moment. So you're right, the program logic was developed. The University of New South Wales was commissioned in 2021 to develop that logic. It included over 70 enabling activities to address the matters identified in the report. Now, we've asked Defence about the status of that program logic. I can take you to it if we need to, but I might just put to you what we've been told. So we were told, have you seen the program logic?
I saw the program logic last night.
Okay. So we've been told that it outlines broad organisational and structural levers that can be used to improve, sustain long-term gender equality within the ADF. That's hardly surprising because that was the intent that was commended by this report. But we've also been told by Defence that there is no requirement to produce formal strategies or implementation plans relating to it, and also that there is no current body of work to finalise that tool. Is that consistent with your understanding of where things are at?
So I'm not sure in terms of tool, the program logic and that document that I reviewed last night talked a number of different areas, such as equipment, but there has been a program in place for equipment for women since 2022. New equipment for women, as in smaller body armour, smaller sleeping bags, helmets that fit, the right harnesses in helmets to fit around longer hair. So I think the program logic that was conducted was literary, but not looked at what was already, when I looked at it, it didn't emphasise what was already in place. So I looked at the report and went, that's a really good, interesting report. It hasn't contextualised to what's in place. So I think a program logic, I support program logics for all that we do because it allows you then to measure what you're doing to know an outcome. So I'm supportive of program logic. That particular report in 2021 didn't contextualise what was already in place. So,
General, there have been a number of reports into the status of women within the ADF. This is just one of the many. You'd agree with that?
yes.
And a report is not enough. There needs to be actionable intent to give effect to its recommendations. You'd agree with that?
Yes.
you would accept that there is questionable utility in commissioning the University of New South Wales to conduct work that, on the face of what you've said, is either odious or won't be used.
No, that's not what I said. I said that Program Logic was a good report. I'm not aware of the status apart from what you've said, and that is the first time I've seen that report. So it has, from my knowledge, and I'd have to go back and look, I haven't seen it presented anywhere. So if it's been presented or taken ownership somewhere, then you would have a translation of that logic into action.
Okay, well, can you accept for the purposes of my question that there is no current body of work to finalise that Program Logic tool? Could you accept that, please?
I'll accept that I'm not aware of.
I'm asking you to assume it for the purposes of my question.
Okay. Yeah.
So if you assume it for the purposes of my question, what is the utility of obtaining such a report, getting such a Program Logic, if it's not actually going to be used to drive systemic change?
I can't answer your hypothetical question because I've said the program report. I'm not sure where its status is. It's a good literature review. It doesn't contextualise what's happened, and I've just given an example without even going back and analysing the full report around equipment. And I just because it was International Women's Day last week and we had the gender pay gap issue, we went to 4.8%, not 7% that report mentions. So the logic is really critical and actions to address it are critical, but the action plans need to come to the program logic, and that's what I haven't seen, but I know there's an enormous amount of work happening. And so to your point, the logic, our program logic should exist, yes. I'm not sure why the report was commissioned. We commissioned it as part of understanding volumes of, so the family research, the gender research, inclusion research, to understand the bodies of work, to make sure that we had a program of activity and that was constructed appropriately. But I can't tell you without having to go back into defence, and I'm very happy to do so, to understand why it didn't progress or where, if it went to a committee or it didn't go to a committee. I don't have that.
I accept you don't know what actually happened,
Yeah.
but if it was not used, that was a wasted effort, I suggest to you, General. Do you agree with that?
I don't think the report's a waste at all, because now I know about it, I'm actually going to use it. So I'm sorry, I don't actually think it's a wasted report. It's the first time I've seen that report.
Commissioners, would this be a convenient moment to adjourn for just 15 minutes?
Certainly, if that suits the line of questioning.
Thank you.
So we'll adjourn for 15 minutes.
All rise. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide will be adjourned to 10:55. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now in session. Please be seated.
Thank you, Ms Longbottom.
Thank you, Commissioner Caldas. Lieutenant General, I want to move on to the 2022-2023 Women in the Australian Defence Force report. I might ask the operator to please display that document if you could, but in private mode. It's DEF.1376.0004.0691. You are the sponsor of that report for COSC, is that correct, General?
I'm the COSC member that sponsors the report coming in, yes, because I'm the member and Deputy Secretary Defence People is invited. So the work's done in Deputy Secretary Defence People's area, so I sponsor it coming in.
And can you illuminate for commissioners the purpose of bringing a report such as this before the COSC committee?
So this report generated in 2012 out of the Broderick Review into the treatment of women in the Australian Defence Force. It has evolved over time, and it was to illuminate women's experiences in the Australian Defence Force with the intent of improving participation rates and over time maturing into inclusivity and experiences.
And can you've identified in the covering paper a number of matters that emerge from the report, but I'm really focused on how you translate a document such as this into action. Now, if I could ask the operator to please turn to paragraph 9 on the following page. And you'll see there are a number of, you're asked to note, that the committee's asked to note and approve the publication of the report. But can you explain to commissioners the specific actions you wanted COSC to take to give effect to this report?
That's the recommendations we want of the report. I'd have to look at the report recommendations again as well. But we wanted COSC to understand and will note the findings in the report. It comes in each year and it's the subject of a lot of discussion. On a lot of occasions, we've had external advisors come in to talk through actions on the report and look at it. And some of those external advisors have been Liz Broderick, Kate Jenkins, Catherine Fox, and quite a number of, Julia Mackay, quite a number of others that look at the report from external to hold us to account internally to what we need to do to improve women's participation in defence.
And can I focus, General, particularly one aspect of the work you're wanting to do there is to include a gendered assessment of risk with particular attention to women's safety, promotions, morale and well-being. What work has been undertaken in that space, both to understand risk in really not just in a qualitative sense and take action to address it?
I'd have to go and check with Deputy Secretary Defence People. However, because that branch sits in that accountability lane, but the logic behind that was we have gender, peace and security advisors that look at gender safety when we deploy on operations in terms of, from a gender lens, the approaches in other countries to improve participation. So we thought in a different way we could use some of that experience to look at our own, that was something different we hadn't done before. So that was part of that.
But you would accept, General, would you not, that whilst the Deputy Secretary DP is the accountable officer for cultural policy, I think you've spoken before about the need for the two of you to work in a closely integrated way. And you would accept as well that a lot of the issues raised by a report such as this particularly pertain to women in the Australian Defence Force as opposed to... So there is a real need for the ADF to take action to address these issues. Will that be a part of the work that you engage in with the Deputy Secretary of DP?
So CDF will hold Defence People Group, which consists of People Strategy Organisation and Military Personnel Organisation, account for delivering that outcome.
Now, I want to move to the Defence Cultural Blueprint. Am I right to identify this as really the masthead ADF policy with respect to culture?
Yes, if in that characterisation. Yes.
It's your principal initiative to deal with culture within Defence. Now, this blueprint followed on from the earlier emanation of Pathway to Change. You're obviously familiar with that document.
Yes, I am.
Are you familiar with the Nous Group's review of Pathway to Change?
Yes, I am.
I might just ask the operator to display that, please. It's DEF.135.6.001.1038. When did you first become aware of that document? It was published in December of 2023.
When it was published.
Okay. And so that came to your attention in your capacity as Chief of Personnel?
Yes, in discussion with Deputy Secretary of Defence People.
And has this document, I'll take you to specific parts of it, informed the way in which the Defence Cultural Blueprint will be structured?
It did because there was concurrent work. So the data that was used to inform this was already known, albeit the report was closed out late, but it was used concurrently to inform the blueprint.
Because you'd agree there's no point getting a review of what the deficiencies and benefits of an earlier policy unless it's going to be used to inform the next one. You
I
agree
agree.
with that?
Yeah.
So if I'd ask the operator to please turn to .1058 of the document. And I'll give you an opportunity to read that.
Am I reading the whole page?
There should be. I might put some particular propositions to you emerging out of the report in the event I haven't got the correct page, and see if you disagree with me, and if necessary I can take you to the page. Would you agree that the Nous review found that the cultural intent and priorities in Pathway to Change appeared to be statements of aspiration?
Does the report say that?
I suggest to you it does, albeit not on this page. I apologise for
I
that.
think the page you want is point 1051 rather than 8.
I am indebted. Thank you, Commissioner.
I'm relying on your help. On your page 22 of your notes, I think.
Thank you, Commissioner. I just have a moment. I might just put the propositions to you, Commissioner, to you, General, and just ask you to accept them for the purposes of my question. The Nous review found that the cultural intent and priorities in the Pathway to Change appear to be statements of aspiration. Are you aware of that general criticism of Pathway to Change?
As a general criticism, yes.
It also found that there's no clear basis in that earlier policy for measuring outcomes and measuring change. You familiar with that general criticism?
Does the Nous review state that?
I suggest to you it does, and I can come back to give you the particular references, but just for the purposes of my question, I ask you to assume that.
Yes.
And a particular challenge with respect to monitoring outcomes is because performance measures were not framed by reference to the change that Defence wants to see.
Yes.
And I mean, we've heard a bit of evidence with respect to change about outputs versus outcomes, but you would agree, would you not, that outcomes are really the measure of success of the implementation of a particular policy?
Yes.
And that to have that measure be apt, it needs to be not just an activity, it needs to be what is the change you want to see.
Yes, I agree.
Now, can you tell me, if we can then move please to the Defence Cultural Blueprint.
It was paragraph 3.2 on page 51.
That's right, yes, thank you. If we just display that again, .1051, if you can just read paragraph 3.2, that makes good. The proposition that I just put to you about what the Nous review said.
Yes.
Now, if I could then move, please, to the Defence Cultural Blueprint. And I want to get an understanding, General, of the work that has been done to grapple with those criticisms of pathway to change, particularly about aspirational statements and lack of measurable outcomes. Can I ask the operator to please display DEF.1269.0003.0024? And then if you could turn them please to .0037. These are the strategic objectives of the blueprint. Would you accept, General, that these are aspirational statements?
I would say that they are the objectives that we want the blueprint program to deliver.
Let me take you to one particular. Defence is aligned and connected in driving cultural change. How are those expressions aligned and connected in any way sort of measurable as opposed to aspirational in defining what the policy is directed to achieve?
The measurements are very difficult, but if I was to use one, it would be a question about our values.
So can you link that proposition to, so Defence is aligned and connected in driving cultural change. How does that link to the concept of, how does that objective link to the concept of values?
So in order to implement cultural change, you need behaviours of respect, integrity, excellence, all of what we've talked about are being the Defence values. And if we measure the embodiment of the Defence values in what we're doing, then you would have to use as a proxy that the values would be ensuring cultural change. But so to the point, I don't see a measurement there in that objective, but that's why I said I would use values. I'm not aware of what's being measured yet at a strategic level.
But as someone who is sort of intimately involved in this, including as part of the Defence People Committee, it would be helpful to get the benefit of your views. Let's just stay on objective 2. Now, one might accept that it's difficult to state strategic objectives in absolutes, But they can't be so vague as to be meaningless. And would you accept that this statement really lacks substance in terms of the actual outcome, a measurable outcome that you want to see, accepting that you'd say I'd interpret it in a particular way and this is how I would measure the outcome. But from the outsider looking in, I suggest it reads no more as a aspiration than anything that has substance.
I read it as a commitment that we want cultural change. So it's an objective. I've difficulty measuring it, yes, but the fact that we want cultural change and we've put it in as an objective, we then have to work through measuring it.
And isn't that really what the Nous review said? You know, it's not enough just to have a statement of aspiration. To be effective, a policy has to be able to set out the change you want to see. It's got to be more concrete than aspiration. It's got to be clear and have measurable outcomes.
Yes, and cultural change takes a really long time.
Yes, we'd accept that, but whether that change is occurring can't properly be measured unless you have a policy that allows you to see the change you need to see during its lifetime.
Yes.
It's not enough to just say we want change and then come to the end and say, well, we've had some change. It needs to have specific objectives to enable you to reach that goal.
Yes.
Now, then could I come then to the work with respect to those measurable outcomes? Will you have any oversight of that, for example, as part of your role in the Defence People Committee?
Yes, as the co-chair.
Okay, so can you give commissioners an overview of the particular work that's been done to give effect to the blueprint? I might focus specifically on service-specific plans. So as I understand it, correct me if I'm wrong about this, we have the Enterprise Defence Cultural Blueprint, that's right?
That's correct.
And then that will be reflected in a service-specific policy to give effect to its intent?
That's correct, aligned. So using the defence behaviours and values expressed in that domain context.
And in terms of those service-specific plans, are they required to be approved by the Defence People Committee?
No, they won't need to be approved by the Defence People Committee because they're using the defence values and behaviours that are already approved, but capability managers will present them to the Defence People Committee to contest, question and to understand the measurements that their cultural change items or their blueprint, expression of the blueprint, is delivering.
But as the owner of the policy, and I appreciate particularly this is the Deputy Secretary of DP, but you do have a role in that as part of your co-chair position, don't you need to be able to formally assure yourself and be seen to provide assurance that, first of all, a service plan gives effect to the policy? You agree with that?
Yeah, and so they will come to the Defence People Committee. I've not yet seen the forward work plan. I know it's being worked through again, and the blueprint, the Afghan inquiry implementation aspects are all being worked through to be on the forward work plan. And as is the case with strategic plans at COSC, that the services have to bring to the Service Chiefs Committee, I would anticipate that we will have a placeholder that we will make for the blueprint from each of the services to come into.
My specific question is whether or not the Defence People Committee will be required to sign off on that policy before it's implemented.
No, it won't be required to sign off on it because the Service Chief's accountable for his culture and the blueprint is CDF and Secretary's requirement of the service chief to deliver against it.
But his accountability for culture is to deliver culture consistent with the Defence Cultural Blueprint. You'd accept that?
Correct.
And then in order for there to be integrated system assurance, can I suggest to you that the Defence People Committee needs to have the authority to sign off on that action plan to assure it's giving effect to it?
I don't necessarily agree, but I can understand that perception. And alignment will occur through different working levels, and there is a cultural working group where everyone is represented, all the services and groups are represented in relation to their cultural plans. And I anticipate it will come into the Defence People Committee, and if we have an issue with a service plan, then we would raise it, but it would be raised well and truly before it even came into a People Committee.
But you don't have hard power to direct change.
We can elevate it to a relevant committee if we thought there was a need to.
So you do or you don't have hard power?
We do have hard power to elevate to another tiered committee if we thought there was a problem, but I don't anticipate an alignment problem.
Then can I focus then particularly on the performance measures for implementation? So I understood from the evidence you've given earlier that this is at its sort of initial stages in terms of developing those. Accepting that to be the case, will those performance measures include outcomes or targets that the services are expected to meet?
So they're being developed. So following this hearing block, I'll go back and check that they will have those.
Okay.
So I've not viewed them yet.
But I take it you're telling commissioners, you're giving commissioners an assurance that you will look at.
Absolutely, I will.
And in terms of that, will you also look at outcome-based measures that are directed to the change Defence wants to see?
Yes, as I've already indicated in that big plan on a page, that's what I'm pushing through for all work we're doing, and it's taking a shift to do that because in the past we've measured access, not necessarily outcome, and so that has to mature. And they're all of the responsible 2-stars have the task on looking at those metrics.
And in terms of those outcome-based measures, we've heard some evidence, particularly from the Chiefs of Service, that sometimes they are difficult to formulate. But do you have your own views about how those particular metrics can be identified?
We were looking at the Women in ADF report before, and that has success looks like X in it. And so you can define performance metrics, and we set them quite high, as you would expect. So you can define them, it's just understanding what it is you're measuring.
And do you recall, I won't ask you to give me sort of granular level detail, but in terms of that ADF report that you've just mentioned, can you give commissioners an overview of what that identified success would look like?
So the Women in ADF report?
Yes.
That's the one we were just looking at. We looked at a 10-year review. We look at each year. We look at women completing courses at the same rate as males, so completion information. We look at access to flexible work. We look at measurements of inclusion through perception surveys, and we look at participation rates as an activity measure, but to understand where across what ranks women are sitting, what roles they're filling, so not just the numbers, but what roles they're in, how many women are on promotion boards, how many women are on senior committees in order to have a diverse voice. So you can look at activities knowing then that participation and inclusion is happening. And then if you wanted to understand a committee dynamic, you'd have to interview the committee.
So I take it you to be saying activities are a part of the outcome measure, but you'd agree they're not in and of itself.
No, and I've already said that on the other metrics.
And I understand the effect of your evidence to be that this is possible to achieve. It might take some work, but Defence can achieve.
It is possible. It is difficult, but it absolutely is possible to achieve.
Now, Commissioners, I'm about to change to a new topic. I wonder if it's a convenient time for you to ask some questions.
Certainly. Thank you, Ms Longbottom. Commissioner Brown?
Thank you, General. I just wanted to go back to a couple of comments you made earlier on. You described your role coming out of the Defence Strategic Review as being really the facilitator of integration. And I understand that there's been an evolution, I guess, of the structure and organisation of the Defence Force over time. But it does surprise me that we get to where we are in 2023-24 and that the integration you're describing hasn't occurred before. Am I just...
No. Commissioner, it's been a very long journey for Defence to move from single service authorities to joint, and then through legislative accountabilities even, a CDF to have full command of the Australian Defence Force. So that legislatively wasn't in place, and I think we can check this, but I think 2016 that came into being. So as much as you wouldn't want to see certain behaviours, they did occur where certain directions were given and some were ignored. Because there was no legal authority to have that accountable. This CDF, apart from Air Chief Marshal Binskin, who got it partway through his command of the ADF, is the first CDF to have full command of the ADF. And he has been instituting change from his tenure as CDF. We never had unified values. We now have a set of unified values. We never had overarching culture, ethics, and we now have those. We didn't have a chief of personnel in its current role. We've had some iterations, but this is the first system view taken in relation to force design, support of our people, a strategy, and then train and prepare. And I think it's been evolving over time. And as I reflect and watch that journey, it started when we moved into our Joint Operations Theatre, when we started to command the forces in theatre jointly, not independently. So I think it has been a very long journey, and I still think there's more to come. But that's that. Everyone wants change right up to the point they have to change, then the real hard work starts. And so we're really in that hard work phase now of the people system, and that's why I would dearly love help or recommendations. And it comes down to behaviours, collaboration, transparency, and being able to see the system and, to Council's point, measure the outcomes that we're seeking in order to know that that's happening. And I know my colleagues are invested in that. It is difficult because it's cultural change, and all cultural change is difficult.
Okay, thank you. One of the other statements that you made that caused my ears to just prick up a little was that you talking about the resources and the people that you need, and you said you need support, I guess, in terms of people, but you don't want too many people because you need to reform. There's an implication in that I'd like you to perhaps expand upon.
So when you have all the resources you need, sometimes the innovation doesn't come because you have everything you need, and then you don't need to try something different. So I'm not saying that I don't need more support. I'm just saying it's a balance to understand the appropriate resourcing I need without causing pressure given the workforce shortages that we have, and making sure that I'm asking the right questions. So it's that balance of getting people to change, and so I think they are. We don't have everything that we would dearly love. Like I keep saying, everyone would love more money, more resources. That doesn't necessarily mean change.
To some extent, necessity is the mother of invention type of
Yeah.
approach. So one question out of that is, how do you know what's the right amount? But probably the more important question is that sentiment shared across all parts of defence in terms of we need the right amount of people, but what we really need is to drive change?
Yes. In my experience, when I talk to my colleagues, certainly my experience coming out of Deputy Chief of Army, that was the approach we were taking in Army. What is the right number of people that we need to do our work safely? And we were looking at what does that mean in terms of how we measure our readiness. So certainly I know the Chief of Army was looking at, and what is our capacity level given the workforce that we have? We were making assessments around that. And so that's my perspective. I'm conscious of where the shortages of our experienced people are, and I'm conscious of the tempo that this change is driving, and my personal approach to balance.
And one of the other things you said earlier is that as an organisation, Defence needs to keep learning and keep evolving. And again, I don't think anyone would disagree with that. But I'm sitting here thinking, we've been talking about culture. You know, the essence of culture is the way we do things around here. And you've got 120 years of history that you've actually just been articulating about the long, slow journey and the hard work ahead. And I guess the question is, you know, given that deeply rooted culture versus the desire to change and to be a learning organisation, because I'm not sure, you know, how much of that we've seen historically, particularly in relation to the topic we're focused on, and keep evolving. So I guess it's a question about the tension between the long, deep roots and where you want to go.
It is an interesting conversation when I talk about the diversity in the Australian Defence Force. So people don't necessarily realise we've got just under a third that are culturally and linguistically diverse in accordance with the ABS definitions. And that brings different perspectives, and historically that diversity may not have been in defence to have that change. But as Australia's population is changing so too should the Australian Defence Force change by nature of the people joining. And so it is slow. There is an urgency that we have for multiple reasons, and young people are expecting difference. And historically, I would say we didn't have the systems to see ourselves. We have systems to see ourselves now, but they're not fused, and we're moving to fused systems that will help us see ourselves and change further.
Sorry, so you said that you have the systems now, but they're not fused
Yes.
as opposed to not used.
Fused,
Fused, okay.
yeah. So to get different data, to bring it together, to get a picture, it's manual.
And just on that, on the question of data and seeing things differently, I mean, Council showed you earlier some analysis that the Commission's conducted around survey data, and you spoke about the value of cutting data differently, and, you know, how that can then kind of, I guess, further pique your curiosity and you go off and seek deeper dives. My question to you in relation to that is, how often does Defence sit down, in your experience, and actually look at the data feeds that you're getting and actually say, I actually want to look at something different. I'm curious because I mean, the data Council was showing you, I think we saw what you ordinarily get, which is the report across the workforce. And then it was just cut between those who had reported they had experienced unacceptable behaviour versus those who hadn't. And the results were obviously vastly different between those two cohorts in terms of the psychosocial risk. Now, so it's just one example, but it, you know, it's quite illustrative of potential risk, potential points of intervention. And so the question is, how often does Defence actually sit back and consciously have that discussion about what data you're getting and what other data perhaps you might like to see?
It happens in different pockets of defence, and it happens. So the Women in ADF report, if you go back and look at what it was in 2012, is very different to what it looks like now, and that's because different data has been used and measures changed. So it happens when you're looking at big issues in different committees. It happens, and my experiences in Army with different data sources. An example, we were looking at how do you see yourself better using all the data we had access to. So what incidents were happening at what point in time, and map that over time in a type of Venn diagram. And we plotted it and we showed it into the Chief of Army's commander's brief to have a conversation with the 2-star commanders across Army about that behaviour likely happens at this time. You need to then go and alert your supervisors about what is occurring. So you might channel, and because I'm joint, I'll use the term vector to my Chief of Air Force colleague, vector resources onto the issue. So an example, Anzac Day and Melbourne Cup Day are days where we've plotted that there are normally some incidents that occur, not in huge numbers, but there are incidents that occur on those days. So we put in place mechanisms in and around alert MPs to what is happening, so that the military police are understanding that as well. And we use their data sources to understand different locations that may be impacted. So you can start to put resources into issues, but that none of that is fused into a system. That's bringing it together. So I know the Chief of Army is absolutely looking at that. And when we get different reports, the military justice reports that come in, we will often go, what's happening administratively? And Army had an Adjutant General's organisation. So we would ask them, is their corporate governance okay? Have they got their right checks in place? So that you can start to match a military discipline issue, a corporate governance issue, perhaps training issues, and then the Chief of Army and the RSM of the Army would go and visit those units to check what was going on in those units. So you can do it, but you have to pull it together in a conscious way to do it.
What I'm hearing, what I'm taking from what you've said is that it can and does happen,
Yes.
but it's not necessarily a routine, regular, high-level question that leaders are asking themselves.
Not that explicitly, Commissioner. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Douglas.
Thank you, General. Earlier, you and Ms Longbottom spoke about how you account for the character of people, and you spoke of social mastery. How are those issues taken into account on promotion in particular? How do you discern whether somebody has the qualities you're looking for?
So the performance reports of individuals are looked at over a time period, and then each of the service promotion boards discuss the individual, and they look at the individual from a number of dimensions. They have changed over time, and again, I apologise, but my familiarity in detail is with Army because I have sat on the Army promotion boards for a long period of time. The conversation changed from using terms like, oh, they're a good bloke, to what is it about them? Can they communicate with people? Do they invest in their training and mentoring? Do they achieve outcomes without having people hurt as a consequence? So those conversations are happening, but the reports weren't constructed as well as they should have been. So if you look at the report over time, the social mastery component that is now in the new performance report will start to make that conversation sharper. And then before people are promoted into representational roles or to senior ranks, their conduct over time is reviewed. And I have seen circumstances where a person has not been promoted or had their promotion withdrawn because of conduct.
I've heard the phrase used, a 360-degree overview,
Yes.
used in some organisations as a way of assessing an individual's
Yes.
merit for promotion. Is what you describe a form of that, or is it?
So 360-degree reports are used in defence in a number of different programs, but they are not systematised. Where they're used and the psych who is debriefing in and around the report, we would get a feed that, excuse me, the person is receptive to the feedback in the report, because some of it was, the report was done for the development of the individual, not for promotion construct. So we hadn't been using it in a promotion construct. So we'd get feeds. But I do know in the NGN construct in Navy, they were using that and training in and around high performance teams, and they understood which leaders were able to build high performance teams in their promotion understanding. I've not sat on a Navy board, I just understand that from association.
Was that some form of measurement process, was it?
Yes, there was the, I can get you the actual name, but it's an index measurement approach that they were having people undertake as part of their cultural renewal that they commenced over 10 years ago. I've recently co-chaired or sat on Chief of Air Force's Star Rank Promotion Board, and it was similar, but and discussed people in a similar way. But we're moving to use a 9-box grid approach, particularly for senior officers, which will cascade down in terms of at one point in time, we were on a merit, and it was relative, 1 through to hundreds, whatever it might be. And it didn't matter if you were not the right fit or background for the job, we would put you in it. That has gone, and it's about right fit for right job. And so for a long time as well, ADF wouldn't contest roles, interview for roles, which is to our own detriment when you might leave defence and have to interview for other jobs. But now we have the ability that we work with groups and services and other, so 3-star organisations, that the 3-star will tell us what are the skills and capabilities and attributes needed, and we will understand who we've got in that panel. Then we will contest the people for the different roles, and then if that contesting doesn't indicate a preferred candidate that you can't select, we compete the candidates in an interview with a panel for the person to select. That happens at senior ranks. It can happen at senior enlisted ranks. It doesn't happen as often, but it certainly happens for senior leadership. And so that's getting systematised. I would say that's no more than 5 years old.
That issue of getting the right person in the right spot reminds me of something I read recently that suggests that if General Eisenhower and General Patton had swapped roles before D-Day, the result might have been rather different.
So, yeah, so that's the premise that we're moving to try and make that right person for right role.
Thank you.
Thank you, General. I just have a couple of issues to run over. Perhaps taking Commissioner Douglas's point a step further, not just for promotion, but just generally. I think you'd agree that the creation of your office is an important sort of seminal moment in the ADF's journey.
Commissioner, I feel that.
Thank you. I just want to talk about accountability. So we've discussed culture ad nauseum, and it seems to us that one of the problems that allows bad culture, which then allows unacceptable behaviour to flourish and so on, is the diffusion of actual responsibility and, more importantly, perhaps actual consequences, if you like, and accountability. So with your office now having been established, I'm trying to understand, and you might just guide me about, where does the buck stop? Who is the person or authority that makes sure, not just in promotion, but generally, if there's a brigadier who has had a series of bad things happen under his command, who picks that up and who says you will be held to account here? Is it your area? I mean, you've got, this is what I'm talking about, the diffusion of responsibility, which ultimately means it's all care, no responsibility. You've got the chain of command, you've got the Inspector General, you've got ADFIS, you've got the Ombudsman, and now your office, and so on, the Joint Military Police. Who is responsible for holding people to account when things go wrong?
So my view is although my role's been created, commanders are responsible at all levels for the behaviour in their team. Individuals for their own accountability for their behaviour, team leaders, commanders for their teams. None of that responsibility has been taken away with the creation of my role. My role is to make sure, and service chiefs will select their command teams, and I will do the checks that I have with the information that I have to validate with the service chief that their commanders and their senior enlisted are the right people for those jobs. So that's an external approach, but the service chiefs select their command teams.
That's for promotion,
For
or
command,
generally
for the
command.
role.
Okay, so
Yeah.
it could be a lateral transfer or whatever.
Yeah, so
So I just want to get on to the, and you can please correct me if I'm wrong, is I understand that it was last year that a fit and proper person check was brought into the promotion process.
I think the fit and proper person test has been in the purse regs in a form since 2016. So decision makers would apply, but there's only so many decision makers that know the purse regs system. So the directive, the first directive about fit and proper person came in during COVID. And because we had a raft of people wanting to rejoin that may not have provided any service for 4 years, and we didn't know what they were doing, and they had left. So it was about checking, were they the right people to come back into defence? And so that was the first time that we used it. And then we went into tiered checks in a more formal way through the directive that CDF has released. And so the directive is the first expression of what the purse regs actually had been saying.
So up until the directive, it
Yeah.
hadn't been systematised, as you call it.
Not through a directive that everyone can read, it had been in the personnel regulations.
Are you confident that today a fit and proper test for a person is automatically and systematically applied before anyone gets promoted to the senior ranks?
Yes,
It's across the board.
yes.
Okay, thank you.
That's taking into account, can I elaborate
Yep,
further?
sure.
So we compare what other countries do in this space, and we've just recently looked at New Zealand, but it's looking at conflict of interest, security incidents, military incidents, so behavioural. We look at those. So we've got expressions of those, and we're bringing those together.
Thank you, that's helpful. You'd be aware, General, that our terms of reference required us to look at the Five Eyes. We've certainly been in New Zealand, but the US appear to have a more systemic way of doing the assessment. They call them assessment centres for people that are promoted to the senior ranks. You'd be aware of that.
Yes.
What's this? I understand that some attempt has been made in Australia in relation to holding assessment centres, which would include the 360 degrees and a number of other steps, role playing perhaps and what have you, before people get promoted. What's happening in that space in Australia?
So we don't do assessment centres at the scale, and I wouldn't even call them assessment centres. We do components of the assessments. So the US bring together candidates who might be considered for commanding officer roles and do a battery of tests on them. And when I checked, and this is a scale issue, there was quite a few hundred psychologists that actually did those testing, battery of tests in those assessment centres. We do the performance, understand what might have been in 360 feedback, understand what's been on course reports, look at the fit and proper person test and understand if there are other behavioural issues, but we don't do it in a battery sense. We might do it in an interview as well for a particular role, but it's not in an assessment centre construct.
So is the concept of an assessment centre, well, it doesn't matter what you call it,
Yeah.
being considered? Is it something being looked at?
Not an assessment centre.
Okay. Forget the words assessment centre.
The
the
assessment,
process.
the fitness for those roles is being considered, yes.
Okay, thank you. I guess.
Sorry, I just needed to be clear because...
Sure. Yeah, no, I understand. Would you accept from me that in the non-military world, and certainly in other uniform services, emergency services, police and so on, that 30 years ago or more, that process of very systemic assessment centres and assessing a person's suitability, including fit and proper person check and so on, have been in place for over 30 years. It just would seem that is something that the ADF would certainly benefit from, to make it more regimented about how people are selected and to filter out those who may have problems. Anyway, but if you want to give me an opinion.
No, absolutely. And I think we used to call them promotion boards, and we'd look at the reports over time, but perhaps the wrong things were valued over a longer period of time ago. And that is what is changing. We've still got a way to go, but that is what is changing in terms of what we value in our commanders over time, notwithstanding the role that they have to do.
And just on that, I'm not clear on the status of interviews. So are they now automatically used for promotions, or?
No, not automatic. It's where we might be contesting people for a position, and there's a couple of outstanding candidates. And so on merit, let them contest on merit for themselves.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to leave it there, but if I could just leave you with this one thought, and if you want to express an opinion, I'll be happy to hear it, that unless consequences are in place for people who allow things to run off the rails, human beings being human beings, things will run off the rails. So I'm happy to hear about the steps you've taken in terms of ensuring a bit more systematised, as you call it, accountability for people getting promoted. But my view is that it should occur even if people are not seeking promotion. And it comes back to that question of who is the person, where does the buck stop, who's responsible? And I think the best way to diffuse responsibility is to have committees, which means no one takes the blame. Anyway, that's a comment you don't need to comment on. Commissioner Brown.
Just wanted to pick up on Commissioner Caldis's question. In your answer, you said historically the wrong things were valued at promotion boards. Can you just elaborate on that? Is that an indication that it was really, the boys' club and they looked after each other?
It was the system by way of which that we generated units, and who who was the best person for the role was about different types of experiences that they had. Now that is still, headmark roles are still critical, but the type of person you are in those headmark roles is now looked at. So your approach to dealing with things, your values and behaviours, and your leadership about the well-being of your people is now being looked at. And that's starting at low levels too. That's where I was talking about that the new performance report and social mastery. So we look at social mastery, professional mastery, your ability to do your job, and defence mastery, understanding the organisation. So it's not about just achieving readiness outcomes. That is, I don't want people to misunderstand me, that is really important, but how you do it is even more important.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms Longbottom.
Thank you, Commissioners. General, I want to shift topics to that of separation and transition. Now, first of all, as I understand it, you have command of the Joint Transition Authority?
That is correct. It sits inside Military Personnel Division, so it's Joint Transition Authority is commanded by a 1-star who reports to a 2-star who reports to me.
And when you assumed that command, did you get a briefing about the current issues and challenges within the Joint Transition Authority?
Yes.
And can you elaborate for commissioners about what those principal challenges were?
Transition has been a journey for quite a period of time. It's evolved predominantly since 2015, 16, I would say. And it is now more valued, albeit challenges, and we've recently just made it mandatory to attend a transition seminar in terms of preparation to leave. Different areas didn't necessarily value the opportunity to undertake to prepare to leave. And so we've now put time parameters around preparation time to leave, mandatory to do the course. And this is one of those questions that you ask me, how do I know? How do I know? I followed up recently with DGJTA. I said, if we've said this is mandatory, how many people are not actually doing it? And what are we doing about that? And so, and we only used to do a couple of courses a year, so it wasn't accessible. So it's been on a journey of being made accessible, made mandatory, modernised in career coaching, and there are 13 different modules that you can now do. And it's a career coach that's not in your chain of command. And then we're starting to look at risk around it. And in the briefings and when I look at different documents, if it comes down to sometimes a risk is raised and it doesn't elevate out of a lower level and transition across to inform a commander because someone's concerned about privacy. And I think we have a lot of work to go in privacy and what does it mean and what it doesn't mean. And it does get confusing, particularly for more junior people who are doing different supports. So challenges around people doing the course, making sure it's fit for purpose, and then of course, following up and enabling people to reach back in. They're key challenges, along with that privacy aspect.
So can I just unpack a bit of that with you, General? I think you said at the outset of that answer that there were sectors within defence that did not value transition. Have I understood that correctly?
Yes, that's my perception.
And can you elaborate on that for commissioners?
So some people would have their transition documentation in and be wanting to leave, and historically there are examples where people were made work right up to the point that they were leaving without time to prepare to leave, and then they weren't farewelled for their service. So that is not how it's meant to happen now, and that's why I asked that question, how do you know, if it's mandatory, what are we doing about it being mandatory? So in terms of answering that question, changing the way we have enabled people to nominate for the transition seminar means it's a better tracking for it because we can compare it. And there's an automatic email now that goes from DGJTA to the member's supervisor saying you are to release this person for this course. So the supervisor's informed, the member knows because they've registered, and we can follow up and compare. So that is only recent.
And another aspect you spoke about there is people not being farewelled. Now that resonates with some of the lived experience evidence we've heard about people just leaving defence with their mess bill. Now, obviously, farewelling isn't an aspect of those mandatory transition courses. Am I right to understand that? What steps are you intending to take to change that aspect of it, and what do you see the main challenges as being?
So we absolutely want people to leave well. For me, transition is about retention in reality. So if people talk positively about their experience leaving, they might come back, they might do reserve service, or even if it's involuntary because it might be a medical reason they can no longer serve, they may still want to do public service work in defence. So we want people to feel valued for their service, to leave with the recognition of the qualifications that they can get in service, and that the families are part of this journey, so that the whole family group understands the difficulty they may, not all, they may experience transitioning into civilian communities, but then what supports can they reach back to? And they can reach back for up to 2 years for support to help transition into civilian community.
Now, obviously, an aspect of that is sort of the mandatory transition courses you've spoken about.
Yeah.
But just particularly on that sense of farewell and value,
Yeah.
are there particular initiatives you're putting in place to address that?
I would have to look at set initiatives, but people stay in their units. So you get a mixed range of feedback when I ask this question about remaining in a unit, because that's where the connection is, particularly if it's a positive experience and they're leaving because they actually want to leave to have another job for a period of time and then they want to come back. So that does happen. So they want to stay connected to their unit, and so the unit farewell becomes critical. And so it's about checking with the individuals in their transition period, have they got a farewell planned? And so I'd have to follow up the question though with DGJTA in and around how do we ensure that happens.
Now, the other thing you spoke about was risk being elevated by Command and Privacy Act considerations. Am I right in understanding you're talking there about, say, a risk to a member's mental health and wellbeing that might emerge as part of the transition process? Is that right?
Yes.
That's the risk you're talking about? And I understood you to be saying there's really an education piece there with commanders about how they elevate that risk within Privacy Act considerations. Is that a fair assessment?
Yes.
And can you give commissioners an overview of what work has been done in that space?
So a couple of pieces. The risk I'm talking about is if the transition coach is working with a member and their family and there's a degree of stress in and around a particular issue, or there's stress that they're not going to get farewelled, or it's even more elevated than that, I want the transition coach to actually, or through DGJTA, to let the commander know if the member's still in the unit so the commander can address it, help address it. So you have a connected system. And so that's what my vision is, and I know DGJTA's vision is too. But because the transition coach is receiving personal information, they don't want to, there's the concern if I tell this to the commander without letting the person know, even if they don't want me to do it, am I breaching privacy? And so my view is if there's a risk, we should tell the commander because it's a welfare concern or a wellbeing concern. We have been challenged. The application of privacy principles, I think, is one I would love either legislative cover on or different legal advice on, and we're getting different legal advice. Obviously, the Chapter 4 in the CALM was a different legal advice, but I'd like it. We have to enable people to, with confidence, provide other information to help the wellbeing of people. And we get wrapped up in and around privacy information, medical in confidence information, and it causes distress on all sides because ultimately we want to help people. So, and I know I have a preference if the Commission could actually make recommendations or recommend different legislation or different regulations that enables the sharing of information in and around that. Because it's not me, if I know I'll do it, I'm more worried about our junior people who are doing the support, that they are covered in order to do it. So, that's a challenge, and we experience that same challenge, although we've worked that through with the passage of information to DVA. That took a very long time for that to happen. But it's bigger than DVA, it's bigger than Defence. So I would like that to enable us to look after people better.
And just in particular, can I just move slightly sideways to the particular work you're doing with mandatory transition courses? And I think you spoke about sort of transition coaches. Do you have the people capability you need to be able to systematically implement that across Defence?
Within the JTA, the transition services are delivered as the enterprise services. The Navy, Army and Air Force still have small components, and we're just now role mapping, because those small components are not just doing transition, they're doing other actions. So it's about understanding, and we do generally understanding the breadth to remove any duplication, to understand that accountability line, to make it easier for people to navigate the transition system. And we've seen some of that work extend out to other agencies through the oversight panel work that we've been doing with Services Australia. And so transition at the moment, the services are delivered by an external support provider, so it's a contracted out solution so that we can actually get experts to do it. And that's currently out for tender, so there's some commercial activities around it. We have made provisions for in the requirements for recommendations. We don't know what they will be, but if we assume Royal Commission will give us recommendations in and around transition, that we can absorb them into that contract. That's due to go live in October. I'd have to clarify that date, and I can do that after the next break if that is of assistance. But that's to make sure that we have things like professionalised job connections in a transition sense, that we can do job connections for people who are leaving. We have got it in and now, but it's about making sure we can expand it.
Now, just taking a step back from transition, another issue that is within your sphere of responsibility is separations.
Yeah.
And would it be fair to say that hollowness of ADF personnel is an issue that will be one of your challenges to grapple with during the course of your tenure?
Yes.
And in that respect, an aspect of that is sort of recruitment, but focusing particularly on separations and separations for medical reasons. Would you accept that separations for medical reasons are on the increase?
Yes, they have been over time.
And I might just take you to some particular data that speaks to that. It's DEF.quadruple9.0164.0034. And if the operator could please turn to table 12.5 in that document. Just while that's coming up, General, or can you see it?
No, it's not.
No, just while it's coming up, is any work being done? Here it is. So you'll see there, it shows a particular increase in transition, a real jump from 2019-2020 financial year to the 2021 financial year. And the last financial year looks to be sort of in excess of 1,800 separations for medical reasons?
Yeah, without adding it up, I accept that you're adding it up.
Yes. My first question is, are you doing any work to identify the current drivers of medical separation rates?
Yes, we look at that all the time.
Okay. Can you elaborate on the particular work you're doing and what end result you hope it achieves?
So, firstly, the separation rate overall in defence is coming down. It was at a high for the last couple of years, but it's now down at 9.9% overall. And that still contains a lot of medical separations in that breakdown. We look at medical separations. What are the key determinants of the medical separations? And musculoskeletal stays up there, as does mental health. We're looking at, through the health system and through the work Caitlin, Brigadier Langford is doing, we will look at what those drivers are for those reasons. I do know in some of the musculoskeletal ones, we have the provision to hold people or role transfer and service transfer people, but sometimes in that provision, they've only just wanted to do the job that they've joined for, and so they choose to leave at that point. So there's, and we have over time, and it was, they used to be contested quite hard, but I think we've been trying to remove pressure out of a military employment classification system and look at people more holistically in that medical transition sense.
And I'm going to come in a little bit to the J49 MET category, but just before I do that, you've spoken about the two principal drivers you saw as being issues associated with mental health. And I understand you to be saying there's particular work being done by Brigadier Langford's mental health and wellbeing group with respect to that.
So Brigadier Langford works with Joint Health Command, and so Joint Health Command in that understanding when it's clinical, but Brigadier Langford comes left of clinical, but also they work together so that there's a feedback loop. We don't want mental health issues to become clinical issues. So that's the work that I'm talking about that Brigadier Langford's doing to understand, to improve mental health outcomes for defence. You Commissioner, you indicated that my role was a significant change. I would argue that also Brigadier Langford's role is the first time we've separated out with a view to come right, left, to improve outcomes for people. So.
And am I right to understand? So, and am I right as well that the Surgeon General reports to you?
I administer her.
You administer
for her, so she can exercise her technical health authority.
But am I right to understand the effect of the evidence you've just given is that part of Brigadier Langford's work will be about looking at systematic initiatives that can be used to improve those outcomes and therefore lessen levels of medical separation. Yes. Are there any specific initiatives that you're aware of that you can tell commissioners about?
Not off the top of my head, but I did participate in the early Safe Side work, and I do support the Lived Experience program to encourage early help-seeking behaviours.
Yep. Now, General, the other aspect of it you spoke about is musculoskeletal. Does that work sit with Brigadier Langford, or does that sit?
No, that would sit with Joint Health Command, but WHS branch. So what are the injuries and what have they been caused from? And then how do we watch what are the spikes happening, and we will deep dive onto where it's a geographic issue or an event issue. What is it? And so, and I use a support continuum report. I use the WHS report, and there are examples where, for instance, we were starting to get some, I don't know the technical name, but femur issues and hip issues with recruits at Kapuka. And so, and there was a bit of a spike, and what had happened was some box jumps had been introduced in the physical training continuum, but at the wrong point in the training continuum. So we went back and looked at the training continuum and adjusted as a consequence over time. And the same would be with, I saw a spike in tinnitus or tinnitus, and it was like, what, when we looked at the WHS and I watched the continuum report, I went back and looked at, there was an incident on a gun line in relation to hearing protection. So I went back, and then we go back, well, why wasn't the hearing protection? What happened in that sense? And what's the retraining that's occurring as a consequence? So that's how musculoskeletal, we look at it across those two lenses to actually make a difference. We also work with DVA, who through Bond University, it's used in a different lens, but they look at over the course of a career what injuries potentially will occur in a cumulative sense or an exposure sense, to work with DVA on that.
And so in terms of that work of both identifying at point in time or at point in place issues, but also systemic issues, am I right to understand that sits within your sphere of responsibility as Chief of Personnel?
I would be an input into it. I would watch for the spike, request a deep dive into it from a WHS perspective. Yeah.
Now, you spoke...
Can I just clarify something there?
Of course.
The Bond University work, is that about traumatic brain injury?
No, that's the... Secretary Frame would refer to it as straight through processing, removing contesting because of likely exposure issues.
To hearing problems? And
For example, infantry carry very heavy packs, and so by virtue of being in infantry, if someone presents to DVA with a back injury, the assessment from an occupational sense is that shouldn't be contested because they've been doing this role, and the exposure time, because of what we ask of people, would mean that would occur.
I was thinking from tinnitus to hearing problems.
Oh, sorry, no.
Thank you.
Commissioners, would it be possible just to have a short adjournment if we could?
Certainly. 10 minutes or?
That should be fine, thank you.
Thank you. We'll adjourn for 10 minutes.
All rise. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide will be adjourned to 12:35. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now in session. Please be seated.
Thank you, Ms Longbottom.
Thank you, Commissioner Caldas. Lieutenant General, before the adjournment, you spoke about mental health being one of the drivers of separations, medical separations. But would you accept that medical separations in and of themselves can be associated with poor mental health outcomes, suicide and suicidality?
Yes.
Now, one of the initiatives that Defence has introduced to retain members who might otherwise medically separated is the new MEC code J49, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, in broad terms, I understand that to refer to a non-deployable member who can be employed within ADF long term, including being posted and promoted. Is that a fair assessment?
That's correct, in their full-time capacity.
Yes. Now, are you involved in any of the work to roll this MEC category out systematically across Defence?
Yes, through the career management agencies who do the military employment classification review boards.
And so is being work done to identify sort of positions that can be held with those having a J49 MEC?
I have to answer this in two ways. So we know the positions that certain our people who are J49 are in at the moment, and we know the ranks and the service. There are only, 47 full-time, so CERCAT 7 people who are J49 at this point. But I also don't look at, so J49 is also about the condition being stable, so they don't have to go back into military employment classification review board. So there's certainty for people so that they can have a career, and that's the part that doing courses and being promoted to enable the job engagement component so that they can have a career and not necessarily deploy. So the two services that are using it in larger numbers in that 47, so it's quite small, Navy and, that it's Army and Air Force. Navy only have one in that role. And what we're doing now is to look at those roles that they're in to understand where we can expand in numbers as an opportunity.
And if I could just, I'll let you finish on. Can I just to step out? There's a lot in there with what you've said. So in terms of the 47 positions at the moment that are J49, can you give commissioners an overview of the types of roles those individuals are occupying?
So they're engineers, logistician, in personnel capability roles, in health roles, in intelligence roles. And when I went and looked, and this, it is in, also we've got some people in infantry in that role. And so, and the ranks in those roles go from, in the larger numbers, even though it's at 47, I don't want to make it so that you can identify an individual, so I've grouped it across ranks of Major, Sergeant, Corporal, and in Air Force, Flight Sergeant, Sergeant, Flight Lieutenant. So that's in that middle junior leadership area.
And in that respect, do you have views or ambitions about how it can be rolled out either in higher ranks or lower ones?
I think it can be rolled out further, but this is where I was going to with my next portion. So J49 is the condition is stable and you don't need to come back in unless you want to, or you want to go and get a doctor's report and you could be upgraded, or you might choose to ask to leave medically, because that you can do that from J49. That's a discretion. The individual has that. I look at, in that context as well, J42 is a critical skills waiver, but there's no time certainty. You have to come back every 2 years. And a lot of the people and we're listening to our people in that, coming back every 2 years induces unknown stress, because they're going through, am I going to keep serving, or am I going to be medically gone? So when I look at 4.2, that's a critical skills waiver, and 4.9, and I look at those two employment factors together, and if I look at the full-time, there's 585 in that number. So that's currently across 4.9, 4.2, there's less than 1% of the force in those numbers. But then I go into temporary medical conditions, and the reason I'm articulating it that way is because the military does need to be deployable to conduct its warfighting mission, but that doesn't mean that we can't hold people longer where they can be experts in training or experts in other roles and enable a career. So we have more, so J49's only been in, I don't think not even 12 months, or just coming up to 12 months. So we have more lessons to do with that, and then understand in a modelling perspective locations and what numbers could we increase to provide that opportunity.
And focusing then for a moment, particularly on J49, you spoke about it being a discretion on the individual's part. So that's a discretion to elect to go to the J49 category. Is that right?
No, sorry. If they've been given J49, or they've accepted J49 and they want to stay, and and then they feel that actually that's not working, I would like to leave. The medical component for enabling them to leave medically is still there for them.
I see.
So we're not removing it just because they've said I'm staying employed in that sense.
And that's really, and my question about discretion is understanding the nuts and bolts of how this Met category might be fully rolled out, so that it gives the greatest cohort who might be eligible the best opportunity to have it. So in terms of being offered the J49 Met code, is that a question of someone's discretion?
It's the Military Employment Classification Review Board, which takes advice from the individual, the medical specialist, the employment category understanding, and understanding the roles that might be available for the individual. So it's not necessarily discretionary for the individual, other than if they are offered it, they can accept it.
And so I take it from what you've said, there's a governance process in place to ensure that people who are eligible for it are identified and given that opportunity.
Yes, and that is one of the good and first steps that we're doing in relation to integration. I'm elevating out of the 3 services, and we've now got a space and cyber career management domain, so it will apply in due course. Elevating that up, and they're together to enable that learning and understand. It might not be in Army, but there might be someone who's got an outstanding background for cyber, for space, which we're growing, or they might have the potential to retrain into those roles. That enables a longer career if they want to choose to keep serving. So that's in my organisation, we've done that move.
And so by that elevation up, that allows you to take a whole of ADF perspective about where someone who was recruited to Navy might ultimately end up if they want to accept that.
Yes.
Just focusing on Navy, and I think you said it's not being utilised as much in that space. Are there particular reasons for that, or is that an educative piece?
Navy use the J42 role. I think Navy will use this more, and the teams together looking at this information are actually saying to each other, why isn't Navy using this more? Understanding the roles that Navy can do, given the seagoing component Navy have, and what medical support is available on a ship might constrain Navy more than it does Army or Air Force.
And am I right that, in particular, with respect to the J42 classification you've spoken about, that is one in which someone may have a condition that may render them non-deployable, but there is a waiver given for that condition because they have a skill that's deemed critical?
Yes.
And so there may be particular risks associated with that particular MET classification as opposed to J49 because of that.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
And Navy are using the 4.2 classification at a reasonably consistent level. So,
And from your perspective, is there scope from Navy to transition from J42 to use J49 more consistently?
I think you'll see this system learn together in those roles that are available. So yes, I think there is more scope. And I have not had that conversation with Chief of Navy, but certainly I will be to enable him for more people to remain should they choose to do so. It's about the stabilisation and giving certainty if that's what is good for the individual and the individual wants that.
And that really, I guess, comes to my next question is about how you, your ambition for this initiative and how you ensure that it is systematically implemented across Defence. Is an aspect of that conversations in COSC?
It can be in COSC. It can also be in the CDF weekly. Like, we all meet together weekly, so I can raise it at any point. So I track the numbers per service, and I have had what is the thematic of the 4.9 for me, and that work's coming. And I alerted my colleagues to the numbers that I'm looking at, but I haven't had a very explicit conversation to Chief of Navy. Here's an opportunity for you yet.
And that my question was about a particular forum, but really the focus of it was those interdependencies as between you as Chief of Personnel and Chiefs of Service.
Yep.
And am I right to understand that it is the way in which an initiative such as this can be rolled out more broadly is through identification on your part and cooperation on the part of the Chiefs of Service?
Yeah, so my mission is to provide, manage and prepare people to enable the integrated force in competition and conflict. So I'm enabling the services in the land, air, sea and space cyber domains to fight. So working with Chief of Navy, I have to enable him. So if he says to me, I can employ in these roles, but not at sea, it's because he has that mission to prepare people to fight in the maritime domain. So it's the balance of the role and the risk and the generation of the force. But I think there is more opportunity.
And in terms of that opportunity, I mean, you'd accept that J49 isn't just about the individual. In fact, it's a benefit to the service as a whole.
I agree, and that it presents an opportunity. It's new. Commissioner Cowdus will probably say, if it's such a good idea, why hadn't you done it earlier? I can't answer that question, but it is a great opportunity that we intend to make sure we learn safely and provide opportunities for people to serve.
And I mean, serving, and that's a pathway to retention, ensuring that you retain your members. Just in terms of those interdependencies and how a mechanism like this can be rolled out, is it dependent on, appreciating, as you say, you need to get expert advice from the Chief of Navy, for example, about obstacles?
Well, it more goes to role design.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So there is obviously an intersection between the two of you in terms of having a systematic view of where that MET category can be used. Once that work is done, though, is it a matter of discretion for the chiefs of service about whether or not people are offered that MEC role, say within Navy, or is it a matter that will happen by direction? Am I making sense?
Both.
Okay, can you explain that?
Chief of Navy has to employ his force for warfighting, and he has to be able to do that. And if I don't give him the people to do that, he puts his hand up and says, I'm not enabled to have maritime power. So he has to, that's why he has service chiefs have professional mastery and job design. I optimise where the people go based on careers. And so I could have a conversation if I understand the breadth of the workforce, where that person might be employed. Now, it might not necessarily be in Navy, still wearing a Navy uniform, but it might be working with me. It might be working with CJOPS on a headquarters function. It might even be in Army. So that's now, by coming into an integrated system, that whole of service view is different, and we haven't had that before.
And so would it be right to say then that it is within your power to ensure that that particular MET category is rolled out as sort of efficiently or effectively across the system as it could be?
As safely as possibly, I would add to it.
As safely as possible, okay. Now, can I just shift slightly then to transition? And I think you accepted before that transition is a time of psychosocial risk for members.
Yes.
Do you have particular insights you can give commissioners about that, particularly as part of your role with respect to the Joint Transition Authority? What you see the main themes of those risks being?
So people are starting to indicate that they're feeling better prepared at various points in time to leave because they're engaging earlier and they're getting more time to prepare. That's good. I think people, the feedback we're getting from surveys is the connections in community are, and that goes to sense of purpose, identity, where it's an involuntary transition is a risk. And we've been working with the AHRW report and team for a very long time, adjusting programs because we know involuntary transitions, men under 30, it is more risk for them. And so very deliberately, a couple of programs were developed, excuse me, for that particular risk area for people to engage in to reduce that risk. And that is about preparing them to leave, but preparing them for another job.
And can you identify for commissioners what those particular programs were?
It's the PCEP. It's the PCEP program, but it slipped my mind. And that is designed for involuntary in that age bracket. And then the other program, my team will growl at me. There's another program designed for longer term, more complex medical cases that gives them more time to transition, and they use and come in and out of the program as their medical circumstance allows them to in preparation to leave.
So that's all
Transition,
prior to-
that's transition for employment, that program.
Now, you touched on before a sort of particular risk factor as being connection in the community. Would it be fair to say you agree that social integration is critically important for an effective transition from defence to civilian life?
Yes, I would.
What do you see the role of ESOs in this space as being?
I see ESOs as part of the broader ecosystem of support for Defence people and their families. Having sustainable, quality assured, transparent ESOs is something that I and many of the ESOs aspire to, because if that is in place, then we can have a referral system. So we know where people are going to leave their location. We can recommend ESOs in that location, and then with consent of the member, share their name or give the ESO name to... We give the ESO name to the member already. But I think this Commission has heard some evidence where some ESOs are not necessarily sustainable and need some quality assurance.
And so I take it from what you've just said, you see quality assurance as being a particular challenge in terms of that intersection between Defence and ESOs?
If I know a person is at risk and I know there are ESOs that can help them, I want to make sure that the ESO's not going to cause more harm, like not do more harm. And so that's why I talk assured. Are their programs assured? Are their programs safe? Are their programs transparent? Do they have enough funding to keep going? Because the last thing you want to do is recommend a program to someone and they start to take part in it and are really liking it, and then it gets cut, because that does more harm. So that's why I've talked about those particular characteristics, and I've mentioned that to the ESO community. That's not something that's new, because as an ecosystem, a referral system as part of that would be an outstanding move forward, leveraging the full community in Australia to support people.
And in terms of achieving that ambition, do you have particular views about the mechanisms through which that might occur? For example, a national peak body?
Look, if the peak body can achieve those things, great. But if they can't, then what's the peak body doing? So if that is what they're doing, that's fantastic.
Okay. Now, Commissioners, I was about to move on to a new topic, so it may be an opportune time to allow you to ask questions.
Certainly. Commissioner Brown.
Thank you. I just wondered if we could go back talking about transition. You talked about the transition coaches engaging with members and with families, but I guess we've heard many accounts where families just don't get involved. Now, sometimes that's because the service member chooses not to involve them, but it's not a transition just for the service member. It's very much a transition for the family as well. So have you given thought to how you can better engage families?
Early thought, and certainly DFA and the Veterans Family Advocate have many ideas that we listen to. The transition seminars were once upon a time sit in a lecture theatre and have someone lecture you about leaving. Moving it to a seminar provides options and enables families to come. Having an option of virtual seminars, while not as great, but it still enables access, enables families to listen. Enabling access at different times to transition coaches is something, so extending the available hours so that families can actually come into a transition coach is, DGJTA has done that, listening to people talk about access. So the more we can enable access, the better for families and for the member, in actual fact. We know we get a better outcome if the family's engaged.
When was it made mandatory for the attendance at the transition seminar?
From my understanding, end of last year.
Okay, so it's pretty recent.
Yeah, last year in 2020. It could be 2022, early 2023. Certainly not in my tenure. So
Okay. Okay.
So the part of that is sometimes you make it mandatory and people just go and don't engage. So initially it was tried to make it valuable, and we were in the valuable space, and then people still weren't, so it was made mandatory.
It doesn't overcome the
No.
actual engagement.
No.
but appreciate there's effort towards that. Can I just ask you about the US system that we heard about for transition when we visited there, and they have an approach that starts a certain period of time out from a separation date. There is a range of transition kind of modules to be completed that are able to be individualised to the person's need. But at a certain number of days, I think it's 30 or 60 days before the discharge date, that, as I recall, they described as a capstone review conducted by the commander of the unit. And that the purpose of that is to check the readiness of the service member for transition. And it struck me as quite a good idea because it's bringing together the what the service member's doing over here with, excuse me, with transition, and then bringing it back to the welfare of the person at this point in time. Has any consideration been given to something like that?
Yes, in 2021, it might have been 2020, Commander Forces Command in Army worked with the JTA to implement a transition ready assessment, and then they were adopting that trial in Forces Command. I would have to check the status of that and its rollout across Defence. That works really well when people are transitioning from formal structures such as units and commands. We would we'd have to work through the mechanism to adopt that, and I would ideally see that adopting inside the JTA to give that assurance function review. And the transition coach is doing that as well, notwithstanding that if it's a branch in a group, the branch head still has responsibilities. It's just not in the formal unit construct as most people would understand it. So I think it's a good idea, yes.
I'll leave it there. You almost made a plea to the Royal Commission about privacy.
Yes.
A change to privacy. Can I just better understand what you would like to see there? Is it something that is specific to the needs of Defence, or are you talking more broadly?
I'm more broadly. I think we can learn a lot medically, but then I get told, unless, I think it's called qualified privilege, unless the doctors have got the coverage, they won't pass on medical in confidence information because their registration is impacted. And so that's one component that gets complicated. And so you're constantly working in an aggregated sense versus trying to get down into an individual in a risk. And so part of that, and I gave the example of junior people and privacy, and that is because of the application. We have asked in our Defence Act review, could something be put into the Defence Act that enables that, or could there be in regulation, or could there be in another form, but a recommendation enabling us would assist in that.
Okay, thank you. And I just want to better understand a little bit about the J49. First of all, Navy's got the low number. Do they have a separate MEC review board for each service, do they?
Yes. Yes. So the military employment review boards are informed by the joint medical system, and then domain views were taken on the military employment because they became job in that domain experts. We've lifted them up, they're sitting together and they're learning in relation to consistent approaches to decision making, ensuring still case by case, but the approach can be consistent. So that's I'm sorry, I'm getting excited. That's a great thing that is happening. And they're more advanced than other areas because they were already working together in harmonising their work.
Please don't apologise for your enthusiasm. It's lovely to see. How does it work though when someone is going to a MEC review board? Do they have to put their hand up and kind of say, I'm interested in a J49, or is it the service offers it? Is it available to everyone, potentially?
Potentially. So, very small numbers in its rollout at the moment. It's about the military employment. So you're looking at their medical condition or their medical advice and then what military roles they can have. And so you're fusing the two. So it's the expert advice, the job design and an individual preference that fuses together for J49 and 42.
Right.
And actually it fuses together for all the classifications, but those ones in particular are about still employing people in different waivers for their roles.
And so if they get a J49, you're kind of looking at where they can go, but you said that has, I think, prior to that been the capacity for role transfer or service transfer even before the J49. Is that what you said?
Yes, but now they can work together to understand because they're all in the one division. And so transition could say, I need to hold this person in abeyance or extend their transition. That's an old term, hold in abeyance. Extend their transition because they're not quite ready. They would have to go from in a division, in a different group, into the service, into another branch to do that. Now, in the new organisation, it's in one division. It's recruiting, career management and transition. So in that one cycle, we've still got some organisational reform, but in that one cycle, you're getting a better view of a person, enabling their service, and opportunities start to emerge because the career managers are together and we've elevated those areas that everyone was doing individually. We've brought them up and they're together in one branch that runs horizontally. So it means still a Navy person at the waterfront wanting some career advice will still talk to a Navy person because that's that professional mastery understanding. But sitting above that, almost like in back of house, there's the military people who enable the career decisions through other policy application. We've elevated those. They're all together in a number of directorates with a view to, I don't care what service does it the best or who does it the best, just let's adopt the best and have it consistent. And so that's what they're working through now in that cultural change. What is the best approach for us, for our people, to enable that career to occur?
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Douglas, sorry.
Thank you, General. I've fairly regularly come across ex-serving military who've been discharged medically, would have liked to continue serving in the reserve, say in a training or educational role, but can't because they're medically discharged. I asked Vice Admiral Hammond about that the other day, and he told me that it was a legislative issue related, he thought, to entitlements to DVA pensions. Or do you know anything in more detail about that?
if you're being compensated, or it might be, I think it's actually more superannuation, and I'm not a superannuation expert, but access to superannuation is about employment and if you're employed full-time or not. And so if you're working in that reserve sense, are you employed? Does that impact a pension or not from CompSuper? But we do have J49s in reserves as well.
I had asked him that question and he told me that J49 is only available for full-time service.
No, we do have J49s because it might be different in that Navy construct, but we have absolutely reservists who've been ab initio reservists. They've joined reserves right from the first time. They've not done full-time, or they might have done periods of full-time service, but they can keep serving in the reserves. We still look at their military employment classification because we want them to be safe at work too. So
they need to have been ab initio reservists.
no.
No,
So
so
I'll clarify that, but Chief of Navy does not have a substantial ab initio, he doesn't have an ab initio reserve program. It might be in a handful of numbers for expert roles only in reserve sense, but we do have some Navy J49s in reserves that are doing reserve service.
thanks. I would appreciate some.
I will clarify that. I will make sure I go back and clarify. My understanding is we do, but I will make sure I'm 100% on that.
Because I'm sure a lot of people out there who love their time in the service and would like to be able to continue it in that sort of capacity. Thanks.
I'll be very brief, General. Just we've heard a lot of evidence that I'm sure you're aware, and admittedly a lot of it is historic about people who transitioned or left, and frankly not enough was done to make sure that they got their entitlements or their pension, accommodation, whatever. It's not really clear to us, and it may be something you might want to just take on notice and get back to us. I just want to know the status of that situation. Is there a plan in place now so that nobody slips through the cracks in terms of having entitlements either sorted or very close to being sorted before they leave the building? Are you able to say, or do you want to perhaps have a look at it and get back to us?
My understanding is that we have the capacity to hold people longer to enable their well-being, and we do that absolutely, working with DVA, understanding where determinations are at. Sometimes I think historically you've said it, we've not done at all well by our people, and I'm incredibly sorry for harm that we may have done in that transition sense. But I will clarify the approach, whether it's initial liability or actual determinations.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. I guess the key question is it something that's applied consistently so that no one falls through the cracks, or is it a little bit ad hoc? But thank you. If there's no other issues, we'll adjourn for lunch for an hour. Thank you, General.
All rise. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veterans Suicide will adjourn to 2:15. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veterans Suicide is now in session. Please be seated.
Thank you, Ms Longbottom.
Thank you, Commissioner Caldis. Lieutenant General, there are a couple of questions that you took on notice before the lunch adjournment. I just wanted to step you through each of them. The first was the acronym PCEP.
PCEP, it's the Personalised Career Employment Program. That was the program for 17 to 30-year-olds that we developed.
The second concerned the availability of the MEC J49 classification for reservists.
I checked the numbers. There is only one J49 in CERCAT 3 to 5 for Navy. There are 306 J42s in reserve category 3 to 5.
The third issue concerned transition for members with DVA claims.
I checked that point. We retain people to the point of initial liability that's recognised by DVA, as I've been told that within legislation that members cannot receive a defence income, and if you're receiving an income, it won't trigger into an INCAP delegate. So I think perhaps we might need to look at legislation in that sense. It's to do with receiving the two from the agencies. So we hold until point of initial liability. Individual says, do you want your claim to go to a delegate? And if it's yes, then that triggers the start of the payment system.
And the fourth matter you took on notice is when transition seminars became compulsory and enshrined in policy.
So they became compulsory in February 22 and published in the Military Personnel Manual in October 22.
Now, I want to shift topics, General, to career management. Am I right that career management is now under your authority?
Yes.
At what point in time did that occur?
1st of July, all the agencies lifted and shifted as a team into my area. So from the 1st of July, I took responsibility organisationally for career management.
And so when you assumed responsibility on the 1st of July 2023, were you given a briefing that touched on the principal challenges for the Career Management Agency?
Yes.
Could you identify for commissioners what they were?
It's workforce shortages, career development, the challenges of developing professional mastery with the posting cycles that we have.
So in terms of, let's start first of all with workforce shortages. Do you mean in terms of the number of career managers and the ratio to?
No, so it's the number of people that we're managing that are in, we're short of to fill different roles. So how is it prioritised in that sense?
And career development?
That is managing that posting cycle to enable the career development of our people.
So they're all matters that are really directed towards how the people capability is utilised across Defence. One of the issues that we've heard evidence about in a previous hearing block was the importance of career managers really properly engaging with members so their personal circumstances and needs are taken into account. You would accept the importance of career managers in that respect?
Yes.
And you would accept, would you not, that career managers have the capacity to positively and negatively affect the mental health and well-being of members in terms of how they engage with them through that process?
Yes.
Can I focus then particularly on the number of career managers you have and the ratio of career managers to members in order to ensure that they have sufficient reach in and oversight? Do you see that as being a challenge?
I don't see, it is a challenge with the number of private soldiers by volume in the Army, in that Air Force and Navy, all people engage with their career managers. in the army, by volume of soldiers in the army, not all private soldiers will engage directly with their career manager in a phone call. They do engage in regional tours, and there's a regional tour briefing, and then opportunities are provided.
So you've specifically mentioned a cohort within the army.
Yeah.
Are you satisfied that the ratio of career managers to that cohort is right?
If we would have more career managers, it would enable more management of private soldiers in that career management sense. But in those early years, they spend their time in the unit. And so it's really when they are promoted that more engagement happens with private soldiers.
And if I can then just move to the ratio as a whole, the effect of the evidence that we received was that there are particular points in time where a career manager may reach into a member. So, for example, around a posting cycle, you'd accept that?
Yes.
But with that sort of exception, there is not a level of proactive, individualised reaching in to members about career development. Do you agree with that as a proposition?
So not entirely. I agree that there is not every 2 weeks conversation or every 4 weeks conversation. We do require people to have a 5-year career plan that is discussed with units, but also with your career manager, to help inform personal aspirations and organisational requirements. And generally that discussion would happen every year unless there's different opportunities that are presenting.
Do you think there is more that the career management agency under your command can do to better support members?
Yes, and I've had initial discussions with the 2-star responsible for military personnel division, and we both agree that having some of our career managers are trained in difficult conversations. However, I think if they were trained in restorative approaches and trauma-informed methods in communicating with people, that would be an enhancement, and he's actually working that through to look at that. We do have psychologists in the career management agencies that help our career managers frame and learn. However, I think we could have that level of training and engagement as a professionalisation opportunity. It would only benefit the organisation when those members are then posted out into other units.
So in terms of, I mean, they're two quite different concepts, difficult conversations, and on the other hand, skills about restorative engagement. What do you mean by that expression, restorative engagement?
So the Defence Ombudsman, through the Defence Response Unit, that it was generated out of the National Redress Scheme and the Reparation Scheme, opportunities for restorative engagement as part of that process. And essentially, you do the training and it's recognition of an individual's circumstances, that some might be experiencing trauma and people's decisions impact. And so in a restorative engagement context, if you approach a conversation with that in mind, you can apologise, you can have empathy and deliver messages in a different way. So that's what I mean, trauma-informed and restorative engagement.
So would it be fair to take from that, General, that you would accept that career management decisions can intersect and can intersect with people who are experiencing trauma.
They can.
And if those decisions are not dealt with in a trauma-informed way, that can cause those members more trauma.
Yes.
And that can lead to adverse mental health and wellbeing outcomes. You'd agree with that?
Yes.
And so am I right to understand that you see that skill set in terms of trauma-informed communication being an area where career management has to build competency?
I think it would add to their capacity and learning, and it's only a good thing.
Are there any other principal initiatives you have for the Career Management Agency, particularly focused on our issues, the issues this Royal Commission is concerned with?
I think we still have a lot to learn and systems to put in place. And this commission has prompted a raft of questions that we are asking ourselves, and I'm not yet comfortable with an answer that it's systematised, documented and sustainable.
So in terms of those questions you're asking yourself in the career management space arising from this Royal Commission, can you articulate for the commissioners what they are?
So I have asked the question, how do we assure ourselves that a victim is not in the same unit as a potential perpetrator or person that they've complained about previously?
That's particularly in that career management
Correct.
space.
Correct. And so whilst it happens when it's known, I don't yet think, I'm not yet satisfied. So they've got to come back to me with more assurance that to satisfy me that is that we have the right mechanisms in place for that to occur.
So I'm right to understand you see that as being something that needs to be systematised across career management as opposed to just being dealt with on an individual basis?
Yes, I think that's an approach that everyone needs to understand.
Are there any...
It's complicated. So when people want to stay in a particular geographical area and there's only the one base, how do we manage that approach? So that's why I've said you need to come back to me and give me a different level of assurance that we can do this and manage this.
I may just shift topics then to recruitment, General. Am I right to understand that you have command of Defence Force recruiting?
Yes.
And when did you assume command of...
At that same period of time.
Were you given a briefing directed to issues and challenges in the defence recruitment space upon
Yes.
assuming command?
Yes.
Could you please identify for commissioners what those principal challenges were identified as being?
So on the 1st of July last year, we transitioned our recruiting partner from Manpower Group to Adecco Australia. And in that transition, it is a new approach to recruiting that had been worked through 2 years previously through a tender arrangement. And so the challenges primarily are around modernising that system, ensuring still provisions are in place, increasing the numbers of people that we're recruiting, and again, getting off 20-year-old technology so that we can do better analytics and management of people or candidates and people in that recruiting system. And there's still a couple of, so they're in a year transitioning in, and it would be fair to say that there are some good aspects of that transition, but there are some aspects that have not gone well, which have resulted in numbers of people in the application pipeline being high, but the capacity for people to move through the recruiting process is not there, and therefore then we're not recruiting the numbers that we need to recruit. And so that's a substantial challenge.
So that's a challenge in terms of, would it be fair to summarise as the efficiency of that recruitment process under the new, under Adecco? Is that a fair
That's correct.
assessment?
And Adecco are remediating, but it is taking longer than we would have anticipated.
Now, and as I think you've identified, there is sort of a need identified in the Defence Strategic Review to enhance your recruitment. That's
Yes.
a fair assessment.
Yes.
And an aspect of that recommendation which has been accepted is looking at policy and risk settings with
Yes.
respect to recruitment. I just particularly want to focus upon those aspects of the system that are connected to mental health and well-being. In terms of recruitment and the principal cohort you target, would it be fair to say that is the cohort of 17 to 24-year-olds?
That's principal cohort, but then it's also the 25 to 31, 35-year-olds.
And in terms of those principal cohorts, particularly 17 to 24, you would accept that that cohort presents a higher psychosocial risk just by virtue of their age?
By virtue of their age and move into a new organisation, yes.
And particularly in respect of moving to that new organisation, you would accept that age combined with ab initio training is a time of heightened psychosocial risk for new recruits.
Yes, and that's why those ab initio training establishments are priority for filling in terms of the first priority to fill.
So can you explain that?
So when I said the Vice Chief and the CDF tells us the posting priorities based on readiness and force design, that ab initio training institutions are the priority to fill in terms of personnel to staff those organisations to do the training.
Okay, so sort of a remedial measure is ensuring that you have the right instructors
Yes.
in place. I want to focus particularly on the existent psychosocial risks that might exist with respect to that cohort. Am I right to understand in terms of the recruitment process, there might be a functional psychological assessment, but there is no substantive mental health screening of the type that takes place periodically during defence?
Yes, you are correct. It's functional in terms of aptitude, anxiety, coping with training, so and understanding if there is psychosocial risk in that sense, but it is undertaken by a clinical psychologist. It's not undertaken by a trained tester, which is what some of our Five Eyes counterparts do.
And just in terms of that, you would accept that it would be beneficial in managing the lifetime well-being of your members to have baseline data, in effect, from the moment they are recruited about particular psychosocial risks they experience. You'd agree with that?
Yes.
And to that end, do you agree that there is utility in having a compulsory mental health screening at the time of entering into service?
Are you saying to baseline on entry?
Yeah, well, yes, to baseline on entry, and also relatedly to identify what particular lean-in supports might be needed for a particular individual, or alternatively sort of themes that come out of that,
Okay.
that you can better support new recruits.
So I agree that, yes, but it's broader than that. So there's 2.5 hours of psychological assessment time, a functional assessment writing the report and preparing, that's built in. And whilst we're reviewing all our medical policies, the one thing that we're not changing is that psychological entry. So that is then supplemented by an enlistment medical, where a medical officer again works with an individual and can look at whether there might be physical aspects that haven't manifested in a psychological interview, and ask further questions. And then we have a defence interviewer, again interview, but that is about role expectations. So there's a combination of the three of those interviews where if we have concerns, we can redirect back into more psychological testing or an assessment if we need to.
And is that
So
test?
it's not like POPs or a screen, but it is a clinical psychologist talking with an individual.
And is that testing directed to determining whether or not someone is suitable for recruitment?
Yes.
Does it also go the next step to identifying if someone is suitable for recruitment, what particular supports they may need to address pre-existing psychological issues or concerns?
No, but I'm just trying to reconcile if there were substantial concerns, they may not necessarily enter. But I agree that individuals coming into the military, where we understand at point of entry what their circumstances are, and if there might be some aspect that should be handed over to the training institution so that they can assist in managing. Now we do that, but I can't actually describe the mechanism or or give you assurance, but I will follow that up.
And I think we're on the same
Yeah.
page. I mean, you know, you've accepted that this is a cohort that present a higher level of risk just by nature of their intrinsic characteristics. And my question is really directed to assuring that you obtain the data you need for that cohort at risk so that supports can be leaned into them.
Yeah, and it might even be that there's a family circumstance, like they're expecting, very unfortunately, a family member to pass away. So I agree with you on the premise. How do we set the person up for success, moving them into a training institution?
And so am I right to understand you to be saying, look, you're not entirely sure whether or not that is systematised, but that's something that you'll look at?
I'll go back and ask, because I've asked how do we transfer the person if there's something in there that might just be of minor concern to the training institution. But I also know when they arrive in a training institution, there's all sorts of other interviews that happen and the medical file is passed on and the medical officers will follow up in the training institution. So, and that's why I was hesitant when I was talking about the mechanism. There are a couple of different mechanisms, but I'd like to make sure that I give you the actual process so that you have it. I do know that the people are followed up when they arrive, but I'll clarify it for you.
And that would be helpful. But I take it there's no controversy between us that process, those disparate parts of that process will be most effective when they're integrated. So there are no silos of approach or information.
And that does come together for the individual going into a training institution, although we do not see a psychological record.
Now, in terms of those supports that exist at that sort of particular time of risk in ab initio institutions, I think you've spoken about a number of supports that do exist. Do you have any perspectives about the extent to which those supports actively lean in to individuals or require recruits to put their hand up and ask for it?
I think it's a combination of both.
Okay, because one of the things that we have heard evidence about, and no doubt will be of no surprise to you, is that stigma with mental health issues is really, it is a pervasive issue amongst defence members. You'd agree with that?
I would agree that it's an issue amongst defence members. Pervasive, I'm not sure, but I agree it's an issue.
And that one way in which that issue or that risk can be addressed is to have supports lean in rather than requiring someone to put their hand up. Just in terms of those supports that lean in, can you give commissioners some specific examples, if it's within your means of knowledge, about what leans in with ab initio training institutions and what more could be done in that space?
I can only talk to the Australian Defence Force Academy,
Yes.
because that is in my remit. The other training institutions are commanded through their service chiefs, but I am alert to the Joint Health Command in those areas supporting, and certainly at ADFA, the staffing levels and monitoring those ratios to the officer trainees are monitored, and then they're trained. The trainees from very early on do undertake programs like Keep Your Mates Safe, applied intervention, and are taught to help one another so that they can recognise signs, and it's okay to demonstrate help-seeking behaviour. So that does happen at ADFA. The other mechanism that the Defence Academy has is the Sponsor Family program, where families across Canberra volunteer to host the young people at ADFA as part of their family, so that they generally, and my family has done this, we've had young officer trainees from ADFA in our house for dinner a couple of nights a week, checking on them separately. So it's an external family environment to check in on young people at ADFA. It is a different environment at ADFA than 1RTB or that down at Cerberus, so, or in Wagga in general. But so that's the ADFA experience, and of course ADFA has the University of New South Wales that has other support mechanisms that can be accessed as well.
Now, I think one thing you mentioned earlier about one thing that isn't handed over, correct me if I'm wrong about this, is psychological records post-enlistment or appointment. Did I understand that correctly?
The psych record is managed by psychologists. We don't see those records.
And does that relate to the Privacy Act considerations you've spoken about before?
I think it's more that medical in confidence rather than privacy in that sense.
And in terms of managing sort of the long-term mental health and well-being of members, is that a cause for concern for you in terms of your capacity to do that?
No, because I go back to the interview. Whilst we want as many people to serve in the Australian Defence Force who want to serve, because we're a volunteer military, we are not changing any suitability assessment in terms of psychological suitability. So I, whilst in that initial phase in enlisting, there's the psychological suitability might be reduced, but it doesn't mean that stress doesn't manifest. in the training institution. That's why I said that whole period can be stressful, but I'm not sure the psychological file in that first piece, handing it over, the psychs in the units would receive it and would be alert to it.
And so you were just talking there about the psychological standards for recruitment. This comes back, I guess, to the recommendations coming out of the Defence Strategic Review and adjusting risk settings. Am I right to understand you to be saying there will not be a reassessment of the psychological standard for recruitment?
There's no change to the psych standard.
Okay.
And that's actually about to be formally put out too. Okay. There has been a review of medical policies around joining the Australian Defence Force based on occupational assessment, and there were 14 policies that we looked at. We prevented people, now I'm not a medical expert, but we prevented people from joining that had braces. We prevented people from joining that had fertility issues. We prevented people from joining that might have had a skin condition, but if you develop that skin condition in the military, you could stay in the military and still be deployable, employable. So broadening the aperture, we have reviewed 14 policies and contemporised them associated with the modern military medicine that is now available.
Okay. Can I just move topic slightly to the new candidate management system? Are you aware of what that is?
I'm aware we are getting one. I have not yet seen it, and I don't think it's yet into place.
So would you be able to speak to commissioners about what that system in broad terms will involve, or is that a matter about you might perhaps take that question on?
I would take that on notice. I can tell you we're still on Powerforce, which is a 20-year-old system that we need to move off to help our process go faster.
Commissioners, I'm going to move from recruitment to retention incentives. I'm in your hands about whether it's convenient to ask some questions now, or if you'd prefer me to finish that topic before you have an opportunity to speak.
We're happy to ask a few questions now. Thank you. Commissioner Brown?
Thank you. Could I just explore that issue of ab initio training being a time of stress? It's not surprising, and particularly for the younger cohorts, new life experiences at a time of their maturing, etc. And what you've said is that you don't get to see the psych assessments, but it is handed over to the psych in the unit where they're going.
That's my understanding. I'll confirm that. I definitely know the medical is, and I'm confident that there is an understanding, but I'd need to confirm that. But the training establishment does not see it, as in the CO.
Sure. So in terms of then trying to better deal with that stress, and I guess the reason for exploring this is that we're not only aware of the stress, but we are aware that there are a certain number of, or percentage of new recruits who leave within a 90-day period, then some go on to leave within the first 12 months of service. And we understand that that brings an increased risk. We're also aware that there's some research around the prevalence of suicidal and self-harm ideation and some suicide attempts in those early periods. So obviously we're thinking about, what needs to be done, what more could be done to offer support. And what you've said is you think the medical file's handed over, but is anything actively done with that, or is it just there to refer to in the event that someone comes to ask for help?
They are followed up on that. When they first arrive, they then go into the medical centre for some confirmation checks. If there is something that needs to be followed up, it is followed up at that medical centre, at that recruiting centre.
but you can't necessarily say the same happens if there's any psychological soft kind of issue.
No, because no, I can't. That's what I would like to confirm, though. Like I mentioned, if we know there's potential trauma in the family to come, how is that handed over, for an example?
And is there anything else within that ecosystem, aside from medical support and psychological supports, what else could potentially change that could better support recruits? And I'm thinking there, you know, it could be a range of things. It could be the qualification of the instructors, it could be the number of them, it could be the way in which it's the training is conducted. You know, I don't have anything specific in mind, but I'm just wondering whether you've turned your thoughts to that.
I've been thinking about better preparation in joining, and how might we enable that. And we have done we've done components of fitness preparation before you join your recruit course in Army. So a preconditioning program. I have also thought about voluntarily, is there an opportunity for an educative conditioning program? So opportunity to learn before you start recruit training, to ease some of that stress coming into recruit training. And we've done these things in pockets before. So the Royal Military College Duntroon used to run it was called Bridges Company. So, but it was more adventure training, and it was over 6 months. It wasn't intense, and people would do that course and then start the Royal Military College course. So it just better prepared people in order to start. So they were receiving a salary in that sense as well. So that's some of the thinking, how better to prepare people to commence recruit training that we're putting our thinking into. And so Navy have done the development of a fitness training app because Navy have removed a fitness test requirement as a trial to work through when you arrive at the training institution. They will then build you through functional fitness training. But if you follow the program on the app and you arrive there there's no issue. So that's in trial at the moment, and that only started this year. Because we found that some people are actually put off by the fitness test in a recruit sense, but once you're in the physical training under the care of PDIs to increase your fitness, then you have the opportunity to pass a fitness test while you're in service. So it's not to enter, you still pass a fitness test while you're in service. They're just doing it differently to see if that has a better effect.
Do you think that there is too much emphasis on pass or fail, whether it's fitness or whatever else at the ab initio training, as opposed to I guess conveying to the new recruit that they're a valued member of the ADF and that you're there to support them to succeed in their career path?
I have not asked that question of the instructors across the 3 services in that ab initio recruit. I've actually asked a follow-on question in the follow-on training. In trade training, how do you enable success in trade training? At one point we were getting our young people straight out of that recruit course to start trade training at 6 a.m. And so under a new contracted training delivery model, that doesn't start till later now, and they've built time in the afternoon for tutoring and one-on-one development. And so that's actually another Navy, that's a really good Navy example. That goes to your point in the initial training. I haven't asked it in initial training, only in the follow-on training. But it's worth asking.
See where I'm coming from?
Yeah,
Because
it's worth
the trainee will be stressed about pass or fail. If the key message to the instructors and those around is it's pass or fail, it's a completely different ethos for to live within than one that's...
I think we need to have the approach of train in, not train out. That might mean more time in a training environment versus less time in a training environment. It's a mindset shift, but I will go back and ask the ab initio schools that question.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Douglas.
Thanks again, General. We visited ADFA, what seems like quite a long time ago now. And at that stage, I think the naval recruits used to spend 9 months before going to ADFA, and were described, I think, as perhaps being that more advanced and more mature and starting at ADFA. And there was some talk then about applying the same regime to the Army and Air Force recruits. Do you know whether that's happened?
Navy is still doing that. That's Naval Officer Year 1 program. That's still underway. I know the Army are trialling what does the Royal Military College look like, which will then intersperse with what does ADFA look like, because they work in relation to developing Army officers. And Air Force, I would need to have another conversation with the Chief of Air Force in terms of that expectation. But ADFA and what it is looking at in terms of time at ADFA and provision of a degree is currently getting reviewed at as well. So that will all work together.
Thanks.
I don't have a question as such, but it might be just a point of discussion, General. In the US, and I'm relying on memory, I'm happy to be corrected, they took the approach, apparently, that even though people may have had some problems that may have prevented them normally from being recruited, particularly in relation to mental health, it didn't automatically rule them out. They actually had a closer look, and sometimes they took them anyway and said, we'll work with you on the issues that you've got. And again, happy to be corrected, but my memory is that their research showed that those people who had come in with some issues and worked with Defence to fix the problems did not have a higher rate of failure. In fact, they did very well. Just something to consider.
Okay, I absolutely would have a look at that. We're looking at what the US do. They have what's called a Future Fit Academy, which is what I was talking about, pre-entrance into the military, and it's even done for West Point. So that's the cognitive uplift and the physical uplift before you start recruit training, but you're in the military. And so it's a couple of different 12-week programs. So we're trying to learn those lessons. We've done it in different modular ways. So.
Thank you. Commissioner Brown just has one more question.
Sorry. Do you actually undertake any research or evaluation in relation to the recruits who go on to complete ab initio training and then into service, as opposed to those who don't complete ab initio training or perhaps don't complete the first year of service, in terms of, at a more granular level, understanding what the differences might be to aid your selection and to aid your support process?
I know that the recruit schools and DFR talk in relation to the candidates coming in, but whether it's research, I'd have to clarify if there's a research program for that.
Okay, if you could, that would be good. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Longwell. Do we need a break now?
I'm in your hands. Yes, we can certainly take a break now if that would be of assistance.
Only if it's required. If not, we can keep going.
I've got two short topics that may take about 10 minutes. So perhaps if I get through those,
I'm okay, Councillor.
Thank you.
General, I want to shift to retention incentives.
Yeah.
Would you accept that financial incentives are a key mechanism used by Defence to address retention challenges?
We have a bonus structure in place that stabilises particular trades when their separation rates are high. But we've just re-looked at, over the past couple of years, our whole employee value proposition and modernised it in terms of our salary allowances, how certain allowances have now been rolled into salary, and bonuses in place to enable to incentivise people to stay, yes.
So both those initiatives that you've just spoken about, they are principally financially
Yes.
based incentives
Yes.
for people to stay. I just want to take you to some of the data we've been provided about the reasons why people leave the ADF. Operator, could you please display DEF.quadruple9.0133.0001 at .0009. And could you please put it alongside DEF.1247.0003.0177? So first of all, on the left-hand side of the screen, General, you're familiar with that data about the reasons why, top 10 reasons why people leave the ADF?
Yes.
Now, on the right-hand side of the screen, you'll see the Modelling Retention Behaviours Report. You're familiar with that document?
Yes.
And I might just ask the operator to please turn to .0182. And expand the figure on that page. And perhaps then just put it alongside the table, please. Now, the proposition is this, General. The reasons why people are leaving the ADF do not appear to be principally financial reasons. Would you agree with that?
I think there's some more data in that modelling retention behaviours, but based on what you've presented there, that does not show that.
And so when you say based on what I've presented there, you accept that the data in table 4.1 indicates that the reasons people are leaving Defence aren't principally financial.
No, other than they incentivise people to stay as well. So there's two different propositions, the reasons people are leaving, but what would incentivise me to stay?
Yeah, and my point is this, there seems to be a disconnect between incentives which are financial and the reasons people are leaving which are non-financial. And in fact, that report seems to suggest that the financial incentives are not really effective in terms of addressing the reasons why people would leave. You'd agree with that?
I think what I know about incentive payments from bonuses generally, they're a stabilising factor, not a holding factor. So the overall package is the holding factor, not just bonuses in and of themselves.
So in terms of that concept of a stabilising factor, am I right to understand that to mean there may be a number of non-financial reasons why people are considering leaving?
Yes.
And that's reflected in table 4.1?
Yes.
And it addresses things like the impact of military life on family,
Yes.
work-life balance, morale. Yes. And these financial incentives that they may be a reason why people wait longer to leave. You'd agree with that?
Yes, in part.
Okay, I'll let you come to your input, but they don't directly address the types of things
No.
that have been talking about in table.
No, less the career prospects outside the military, where we see people leave to go and do short-term stints in different mining booms and then come back into the military. That's not necessarily a career prospect. We get told that's a financial, I can earn more for this short period of time, then I'll come back.
But that's a very specific.
Yeah, so that career prospects outside the military has a combination in it of I might earn more for the time and effort I'm putting into what I'm doing in the military in an outside role as well.
But is the reason Defence emphasises financial incentives is because those reasons for leaving can't meaningfully be addressed within the inherent requirements of service?
No.
So why aren't efforts being focused on things like work-life balance, time spent away from family and the like?
This report was quite interesting, and if you go to, I could look at a couple of pages, I could show you it. It talks about deployment, doing your job, which is time away from your family. And then if I look at work-life balance, that doesn't necessarily fit, but it goes to job satisfaction. Work-life balance for me is that period where you're only away for the period that you have to be away for the training exercise or activity, and that's not impacting family, or given certain workforce shortages, one person might be doing more work than should be asked of them, or where we've come out of COVID and we're regaining readiness. And in fact, I watched this, and it goes to tempo, which is the work-life balance, and it happened in the Strategic Command Group when the Chief of Joint Operations was briefing the collective training tempo, and I flagged that I thought it was too high, that it needed to come down, and CDF directed CJOPS to go away and relook at the collective training tempo, because that goes to that piece. We can control that training tempo in part around work-life balance.
And so, and I might give you an opportunity to sort of look at this and bring me to particular parts of the report you want to sort of after the adjournment. But that example you've just given there, that's of a reactive initiative where you can see a hotspot, say, of work-life balance, and you can reach in to try and address it. Is that?
No, that was proactive. That was the future training cycle.
Okay.
So we hadn't yet gone into it, but when I looked at what was being required and overlaid our workforce strength and what I knew that the combination of activities would take, I thought it was too much, and I declared it. I said, I think it's too much, that work-life, we can't afford that work-life balance.
Accepting it was proactive,
Yeah.
It is an example of an individualised fix for a particular part of Defence. Is that a fair assessment?
I think it's more broader than that. Navy have put in place a sea-shore ratio aspect to attempt to address that with the ships away. Sometimes we get sent on missions that the government directs us that we're not planning. And that's why I was saying, if I look at some other aspects in the report, sometimes I think we need to look at it a little bit more. So people seem happy to do the deployments that they get to do because that's that job satisfaction of training for what they're doing versus leaving in terms of job satisfaction because they're not actually deploying, they're not doing a role that they've thought they were going to do. And work-life balance then is about, we're in a competitive period of time And we need to make sure that our military force is trained, but we still need to take into account there are people in this, and that needs to be balanced where we can. So, and that's that proactive piece, and Navy are doing it, and we do not, we push back on certain training events, and the Chief of Army could talk to training levels, and we had an emphasis on not overtraining to get into work-life balance mode. And so when you want to hold a unit at a particular training level, you don't want them to train more, because that's more stress on enabling organisations. So these are the proactive measures that we look at to address work-life balance in that sense.
And what would be helpful, I might ask, General, if sort of over the adjournment, you could look through that report, and obviously work-life balance is sort of a specific example, but if you could identify for the commissioners the principal non-financial enterprise initiatives beyond what you've already spoken about that are directed to addressing those factors in 4.1.
Yeah.
I might then, just before we adjourn, move to the question of service obligation debts. And if I could ask the operator to please display DEF.quadruple9.0068.0001. And if you could please turn, operator, to .0025. And just expand that part of the table from question 14 to the end. And just to the end of the document, please. Now, General, am I right to understand that service obligation debts are regulated by legislation, in particular the Defence Regulation 2016?
Yes.
But service obligation debts are, you would accept, a potential stressor for members?
Yes, they are.
And it might, I would suggest to you, result in some members having the feeling or fear that they're trapped within the ADF because of the fact of a service obligation debt.
It may.
Now, as you can see from that document, it indicates that approximately 289 members incurred service obligation debts between 2017 and 2023. You accept that?
Yes.
And am I right to understand that those debts are predominantly for what's called MSBS retention bonus payments? So that is the incentive payment for members to remain in service for an additional 5 years?
Yes.
Can I ask, are service obligation debts uniformly enforced by Defence? Is that a matter within your knowledge?
It is now a matter within my organisation. It is one that I would have to ask the uniform question of. And I'm not saying the information there is wrong about MSBS retention benefits. I just want to confirm when they were stopped being paid. So there was a sunset clause on the retention benefit. So normally our service obligations are in and around our training and attached to some of our more expensive courses that we undertake. For example, a fighter pilot, in terms of that training. And that's why I looked at that and I had a query in and around it. But the service obligation debt around MSBS was to incentivise another 5 years of service, yes.
And look, it would be helpful to get your answer about the specific, but my question is really about the in principle issue of a service obligation debt being something that potentially negatively affects the health and well-being of a member, and I think you've accepted that as a proposition. And whether or not you or Defence more broadly are looking at the utility of retaining that service obligation debt, given the potential adverse impact it can have on a member's mental health and well-being.
We would look at it, absolutely, we would look at it. Because also people who get injured, or if there's some other circumstance in their life, we can actually, if they're medically transitioning, that debt isn't necessarily applied. So we absolutely would look at that in light of the training that people have undertaken, certainly.
And so my question is not really whether or not it's been looked at in terms of the exercise of a discretion in a particular case, but whether or not a in principle policy reform is being contemplated with respect to service obligations.
We've removed service obligations from other courses before, but we would look at it in terms of what is the qualification that we're investing in a person in that sense.
So you say you would look at it. Are you looking at it across the board?
I'm not looking at it at this point in time, but it is something we can look at if it is of detriment to a member's well-being. But we pay for some extraordinarily expensive training for people to undertake to become doctors, lawyers, pilots. So it's an understanding that we have with the member about that return of service for the payment of all this additional training. That's why we have removed it from many courses, but some of the much more expensive courses, it's still at play.
And so I take it from what you've said in terms of those more expensive courses, Defence is not presently contemplating removing the obligation debt across the board?
Not across the board, but we certainly have removed it for certain courses.
But in terms of those more expensive courses...
I'd have to clarify that, absolutely.
But to the extent to which they are still in play with respect to those more expensive courses, am I right to understand you to be saying there may be individual circumstances in which Defence will exercise its discretion not to enforce it?
Yes.
Okay. If this is a convenient time, Commissioners?
Certainly. We'll just have a short break then. We'll adjourn now.
All rise. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicides will adjourn to 3:35. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now in session. Please be seated.
Thank you, Ms Longbottom.
Thank you, Commissioner Cardis. Lieutenant General, you were going to review the Modelling Retention Behaviours Report and draw the Commissioner's attention to specific systematic initiatives arising out of that?
Yes, and I looked at it, and there was commentary in and around owning own home is part of the employment value proposition, and there's work being done in and around the DOHAS application, expanding eligibility, and but there's remuneration with that. So there's also if you look at it, there's work in the report that talks about changing a role or changing a location is also an incentive for people to remain, and I take that to be in and around job engagement, and particularly with the younger generation. When you look at research, they want to try many different jobs. That might resonate in terms of a younger generation wanting to try different roles in a military, and I guess a posting enables that. And so that posting is part of the overall system, but I wouldn't call it a systematic initiative. What's not mentioned in there is some of the family support activities. Again, it's remunerative in a sense, but we have increased funding for dependents or family members in that construct around additional funding to pay for family medical benefits. We doubled the payments per person in the family, in the extended family, to assists in relation to cost of medical expenses. So they're still remunerative, but it's against supporting other aspects.
Now, you mentioned briefly before that ADFA is under your command, is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Now, General, this was a topic that was touched upon during hearing block, can't remember the number, but in Wagga Wagga, 8 in Wagga Wagga. You're aware that there have been a series of reviews commencing in 1998 with a Grey Review into managing unacceptable behaviour in ADFA. You're aware of that?
Yes.
And one of the principal recommendations arising out of those reviews was that there would be new building infrastructure
Yes.
in place to address concerns with respect to unacceptable behaviour. You're aware of that?
Yes.
And correct me if I'm wrong about that, but that recommendation has been on foot at least since about 2012
Yes.
following, yes. Can you update the commissioners on the status of the building of that new accommodation at ADFA?
Yes, I can. So the current building design is what's called a clusterplex design, and the Broderick Review determined that the design is quite isolating. And in that context, it's not fit. You would say it could impose, or it does enable, unacceptable behaviour to occur because of the building design. So we have a project that's underway right now. In fact, the Public Works Committee toured ADFA on Monday and were briefed again on the design of new accommodation for ADFA. So it's not yet approved in the Parliamentary Works Program, but it is supported by Defence and has been put forward for approval. So we're just waiting for the other government mechanism to work through its approval processes to have new accommodation at ADFA.
Can you give commissioners insights as to why it is taking so long? I mean, this is something that's been on foot for more than 10 years.
I think initially the cost and the time ADFA had been open, but more recently it is in the last 12 months, and this is one of those decisions where we interjected around psychosocial safety about an infrastructure build over a platform to make sure that that facility, which is long halls, individual bathrooms, with a broader kitchen and communal area, and staff in the building to improve. And so I can't account for the Parliamentary Works Committee process, but I know that 4 members of that committee were at ADFA on Monday as part of their final approvals processes.
And can you just explain to me why it needs to go to a Parliamentary Works Committee rather than being something that can be managed within Defence itself?
It's part of government process. I'm not an expert in the estate approach, I'm sorry.
I may move topics then, General, to military justice. Now, you became accountable officer for military justice. It was about October of last
October.
year.
Yes.
Now, an aspect, as part of you assuming that role, you received what's titled a handover takeover pack from the
Yes.
Vice Chief of the Defence Force. Have you had an opportunity to review and absorb the material that is in that handover takeover pack?
Yes.
Based on that review, what do you see as your key priorities as accountable officer for military justice?
So, and I know this was explored in the Vice Chief's testimony, appearance, sorry. How do you institute level 2 assurance? And yes, CASE will give you 16 elements across behavioural, incident, fraud, activity and inquiries that will give us an end-to-end picture on incidents and some military justice. It won't be the only tool for data. And for me, the challenge is, and I have a paper going to the Chiefs of Service Committee in April about standing up a team to enable to do that second line assurance, noting that CASE will give us an extra degree of data. So that is a challenge, but we're starting to address that. The other part is based on listening to the Commission and the evidence and the handover pack. I have already instituted where the responsible officer does the minutes and chairs the Military Justice Steering Group. And contextually, the Vice Chief during his time had the Summary Discipline Implementation Team. So he had a second 2-star that would give him feedback. I don't have that. So I have instituted where I will receive the minutes, and as the accountable officer, I will comment on the minutes of every meeting, so that I can say to the steering group before a final paper and the works go into an end of year review, as the accountable officer, they're on the right track and what other resources, etc., is needed.
Okay, there's a bit to unpack there. You've mentioned upcoming paper. I might just start with an earlier one that you gave to COSC. Operator, please display DEF.1316.0001.0060. And if you could please expand paragraph 3. First of all, are you familiar with this document?
I'm just looking at it because it's got draft on it, and I'm not sure if it's the one that's going in or not in terms of some of the adjustments. Could you go to the next page? I could then.
Could the operator please turn to the next page? You'll see it's got date authorised 8 October 2023.
Okay. I'm thinking about a different paper.
Well, I might just take you to paragraph 3 of this paper, and I'll give you an opportunity to read it, and then I'll put some propositions to you about it.
Yep.
So this touches on those assurance issues identified in the handover takeover pack.
Yeah.
As you've just identified, assurance or second level assurance is the primary risk for military justice. That reflects your view?
Yes, mitigated by first line, but really good third level, I should say.
Yes.
Yep.
And I'm particularly talking about that second line assurance. As you've just told commissioners, you've identified that CASE will provide more data, but not assurance in the absence of a responsible area for detailed analysis.
Yes.
And third of all, you've identified that the steering group has an obligation to provide you with assurance, but without the authority to allocate functions or resources to do so. That's a fairly damning assessment of that aspect of the military justice system. Would you agree with that?
It is. It's an accurate assessment in terms of the risk. Having that third level mitigated it, but it is an accurate assessment.
Now, I just particularly want to focus on that second line of assurance and the absence of a responsible area for detailed analysis. Am I right to understand from the evidence you gave earlier that that's something that you are taking steps to address?
Yes, so I've adjusted the area that used to be the responsible officer to the area that has military legal services, the military police, and support services in it. And they have constructed a paper that I'm taking into COSC to talk about the creation of a team that will look at the second line assurance component, given the data that CASE will give us. We've also, in respect of this, re-established the assurance working group to work through those measures of assurance to help us once CASE comes online.
Now, in terms of that new resourcing officer you're talking about, or office you're talking about, is that the same thing as the capability manager that's been spoken about in the paper, or is it something entirely different? It's a home for military justice.
It's a home for military justice assurance.
Okay. Now, in terms of that home, what resources are you asking for in terms of personnel?
We've done an assessment and it is no more than 10 because we haven't yet realised the impacts of CASE. So it is no more than 10 in this instance going into COSC. I don't have the full number on me, but it will report to the responsible officer who is in my chain of command for me to be accountable with. So I can then allocate the different resources should that be required, whether it be budgetary and or people.
And so am I right to understand you to be saying, look, there may be scope for the people capability to expand once CASE is in place?
Or depending on the business intelligence that comes from that, that will enable degrees of assurance, may even reduce. I can't give an answer because I've not physically been in CASE to actually understand it. That training has just started.
And in terms of CASE itself, it's probably a bit late for you, but do you know if your predecessor or the Military Justice Steering Group had design input into the types of things CASE would look at?
Initial design, yes. And so that's why the incident management, the administrative inquiries tracking, and certainly the DPM SMS, so the policing management system and ComTrack are absolutely part of the CASE run. So there's around 16, 17 systems in CASE that will be absorbed, that will give us for the first time an end-to-end view of incidents. And that's the degree of assurance. Incident has happened, action taken, incident closed, all in the one system, not spread over 3 or 4 systems.
Okay. Now, the other aspect of or challenge you identify in this paragraph is that the steering group doesn't have authority to allocate functions or resources despite its active assurance work. Is that an issue that you are taking steps to address?
That has now changed because I'm the owner of the responsible officer. So the responsible officer previously worked in another part of Defence when the Vice Chief was in another part of an organisation. And so now they work for me inside one of my divisions, and therefore the accountability flows better in this instance than what it did previously.
So just to make sure I properly understand that, that responsible officer sits on the steering group,
The responsible officer chairs the steering group.
and by virtue of that responsible officer being under your direct command, you now have the capacity to, in effect, authorise the responsible officer to allocate functions or
So
resources.
from my budget, yes.
Yes. And in terms of sitting within your office, just to make sure I'm clear, is that the military personnel office where that responsible officer
No,
now sits?
that's the Joint Support Services Division.
Okay, okay. Now, I want to take you to another aspect, if I could, of this brief. And in particular, if I could the handover takeover brief rather, could I ask the operator to please turn to DJO.1001.0002.0001. And if you could please turn to .0218. So you'll see here, General, this is the particular brief that was provided by the Director of Defence Counsel Services. Now, am I right to understand, General, that legal assistance which is provided to ADF members and in some circumstances former members is at the Commonwealth expense?
Yes.
And those legal issues would cover things like administrative processes where someone's shown a notice to show cause,
Yes.
termination,
Yes, involuntary separation.
involuntary separation, administrative termination, a notice of potentially adverse findings as part of a fact find,
Yes.
assistance in the context of an IGADF inquiry,
I believe so.
and assistance in relation to a redress of grievance.
Yes.
So it's a comprehensive suite of
Yeah.
services that are provided. Now, am I right to understand that the provision of this legal assistance is the responsibility of the Director Defence Counsel Services?
Yes, who reports to the Associate Secretary.
Yes, and I'll come to that. But that position you would accept has been in place since about 2015.
Yes.
And that position is upon appointment from the Chief of the Defence Force,
I'd have to clarify that.
but must be a permanent or full-time reserve member of the ADF.
Yes.
Accept that. And that role of Director of Defence Counsel Services heads up what's called the Defence Counsel Service Directorate, that's fair?
Yes.
And that consists mostly of military lawyers and ADF reservists who are also lawyers.
Yes.
Now, as you've just said, the Director of DCS reports directly to the Associate Secretary
Yes.
rather than Defence Legal.
Yes.
But is it right to say that much of the operations of that directorate are administered by Defence Legal? And so I mean, for example, human resources, staffing levels, funding and budget?
They were, but that's being separated.
So does that now go to the Associate
Yes.
Secretary?
Yes.
And what was the intent behind that separation?
My understanding was to make sure that there was a separation from the, not that legal people do this, but the people who might be providing prosecutorial advice or application of that advice from the person who is the member that is about. So that it's to be independent, so that there's client privilege with that particular lawyer, and not just that by virtue of the lawyer practice, but by virtue of separation to another organisation.
And so, can I put it in this way? You'd accept that there is an inherent tension in the directorate that's responsible for assisting members in actions against defence, being answerable for its resources to Defence Legal. There's inherent conflict there, you'd accept.
And that's why it's separated.
Okay, when did it separate?
I'd have to confirm that, but it is the final elements of budget separating and the support arrangements are being made, because I questioned, are we making sure it's separate?
Because, and this is a matter that the director touches upon in his briefing, and I might just ask the operator to please display that same document at .0220.
I'm sorry to interrupt. There's a non-SES person whose name is currently being displayed.
It's on private mode, I understand.
Oh, sorry. Thank you.
You'll see there that it's identified from the director's perspective, the requirement to be independent of command and Defence Legal cannot be understated. You've just spoken about that shift of reporting from Defence Legal to the Associate Secretary. Am I right to understand that to mean that the Director of Defence Counsel Services is no longer subject to command of Defence Legal?
He is not subject to command of by the DG MLS.
Is he entirely independent of command?
He's independent of command. However, the technical proficiency and ensuring that our lawyers are trained appropriately are vested in that Director General. So no command responsibility, but technical proficiency, which is also generated through the Chief Counsel in Defence.
Okay, so Defence Legal will ensure that the lawyers that are staffed in the Directorate are competent.
Correct.
But Defence Legal cannot direct the activities of that Director.
They would request.
They would request. Look, and just on that question of staffing, information provided by Defence indicates to us that there are about 84 lawyers that are posted to the Directorate. Does that sound about right to you?
I can't confirm that. If it's in the handover pack and the Director has said that, then I've no reason to dispute that.
Well, I might put some information to you and then ask you to give your view. So we've been told there are 84 lawyers posted to the Directorate who are largely reservists, plus about 30 non-legal staff. We have also been told, and this comes from the biannual report to the Associate Secretary, that in a 6-month period from January to June, that office received 1,264 requests for legal assistance. I ask you to keep that in your mind.
Yep.
Separately, they received 4,383 requests for new or updated wills. Now, bearing in mind those matters I've just put to you, there seems to be a demand that the capability would struggle to fulfil. You would accept that?
On numbers, without considering complexity, yes.
And who is responsible for addressing the issue of the people capability of that Directorate? Is that something under your direct remit?
No, not initially. It would have to be looked at from a workforce design structure, because it might be that it's not necessarily military lawyers in there. It might be other lawyers. So you would look at the design based on the work rate, and then form follows function. So, and the Associate Secretary would now be responsible for the design, working with the Vice Chief and Deputy Secretary Defence people if it's APS staffing as well. to deliver that service.
And do you know, or is it part of your work as accountable officer to engage with those interdependencies about design?
I would engage in relation to posting competent people to them from a capability manager perspective with DGMLS.
But am I right to understand they first have to do the design before you talk about capability? Or can you-
Form follows function, yes.
Are you proposing to raise this issue of the size of the capability of the directorate with the Associate Secretary?
Yeah, I will after those numbers.
Okay. Because one of the other issues that has been the subject of some evidence from this Royal Commission is it touches on that question of competency. Numbers is one part of it. But having the particular legal competencies to deal with the diverse amount of work that might come through the office, both in terms of disciplinary work, for example, through to administrative matters, and ensuring that lawyers who are reservists have that skill set. Would it be fair to say that that is an issue that you propose now to raise with the Associate Secretary as well?
So depending on the nature of the function, so Defence would not set up trusts for individuals. If you wanted to set up a trust and you wanted legal advice around that. So that's why it depends on the function and the complexity. For basic wills, Defence does do that, and that's done through DCS.
I'm less focused on sort of those sort of wills, trusts. I'm more focused on the members who may need expertise in terms of matters with respect to criminal law. You know, so if you're facing a disciplinary system, you don't want to have a commercial lawyer reservist come to your aid.
No, and some of our reserve lawyers are very good criminal lawyers. And so that's why there's a blend, and using reserve lawyers in DCS provides flexibility.
But having engaged about this topic this afternoon, am I right to understand that you will look at that blend and raise it with the Associate Secretary to ensure that it is fit for the demands of the office?
Yes, and that's that point around, that's a large number of yearly services, and I don't understand what a normal lawyer's office would engage on in the course of their work. But from me, that looks like a large services. And if I understood the complexity and then I could look at the capability, that then determines who's posted there.
Do you need a...
Sorry.
No, that's completely fine. Just coming back to assurance, to the extent you haven't already spoken to the commissioners about it, what, if any, obstacles or challenges do you see in establishing assurance and strengthening governance in military justice? Do you need to take a moment? Of course.
No one's in a rush, General. Please take your time and have a drink.
If it would help, I can certainly ask for an adjournment. Yes. Yeah. Can we have a brief adjournment, please?
We'll just take a short adjournment then. Thank you.
All rise. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide will adjourn to 4:20 p.m. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now in session. Please be seated.
Ms Longbottom, had you finished dealing with that issue about funding of defence lawyers?
I had, if you wanted to ask a question.
Yes, I just wanted to ask one arising out of that. The defence lawyers, do they have a separate line of funding from the prosecution lawyers? I'm thinking of an example, and let's be neutral, like the very extended Commission of Inquiry in the 1990s into the Black Hawk disaster, where significant money would have been needed for both sides. Are they approved separately?
They're separate from my funding, yes.
Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner. Just before the adjournment, I was asking you about the work ahead of you in terms of assurance of the military justice system. I might just give it a bit of context about the reason I'm asking it. I don't know if you were aware of the evidence with the Vice Chief of the Defence Force in this hearing block.
I've watched some of it, yes.
And one of the issues that the Vice Chief of the Defence Force was examined about was the intersection between the health of the military justice system and the mental health and wellbeing of members.
Yes.
You would agree that there is a direct correlation between the two?
Yes, there is.
And given that direct correlation, it is of utmost importance that you as accountable officer can have each of those levels of assurance to know that the system is functioning as effectively as it can.
Yes.
Now, we've spoken before about some aspects of that case and also a home for frontline assurance. But are there any other principal obstacles or challenges you see in establishing assurance and strengthening governance in military justice?
As I come across an issue, we will address it. And so having a dedicated team, having the responsible officer, knowing what's happening and the discussion will address that. We're also in defence, I'm aware of early work to standardise how we approach incident management across all forms of the department of defence. That will also assist so that everyone understands how to manage and inform on incidents. There is documentation about it, but each group and service does it differently.
And so I take it from what you say that there are concerns about standardisation of approach to incident management.
And we will need that, certainly the business processes for CASE, because CASE has the same systems approach. And so part of the assurance working group is to look at how we do that incident management so that we can implement CASE to its fullest capacity.
And when you're talking about incident management, are you talking specifically, for example, about incidents of complaints of unacceptable behaviour? Is that the
All of it, when they're notified, how they're notified to people, the information that's in the notification to commence then support services and approaches to dealing with the incident.
And what do you see as being the principal challenges at the moment in terms of that incident management process?
It is managed differently across the three, across all areas for various reasons. And there's some very mature systems that we should learn from and adopt across all of the 19 groups in defence.
And in terms of those systems, I take it you're not solely talking about IT systems.
No, it's the approach.
The approach,
When to notify, with what information, at what point in time, to what person.
And if I could focus particularly on matters concerning sort of members' mental health and wellbeing in that context.
Yes.
Could you identify for commissioners any particular weaknesses that exist that you want to see improved?
So when we're looking at people who are within the military justice system or experiencing parts of it, sometimes people are being held to account for their behaviour. It is supporting those people with the right services as well as victims in the military justice system. So it's making sure both areas are supported and have support officers. Now, there's documentation around that, and we are meant to be doing welfare boards around that as well. So there are degrees of assurance in a command chain about managing people to bring a case management approach to the person that is in or could be in a complex military justice situation.
Now, and in terms of that support, would you accept in the military justice context there can be an inherent tension between a commanding officer being responsible for welfare of a member because the commanding officer could be the very person, for example, initiating a sanction or managing a complaint?
There is a tension because that process that we have has to be taken offshore into a deployed environment. So how we train and how we manage and how we fight has to be consistent, otherwise we're at dual purpose with what we're doing. So what we try to do in the management of ourselves in training is how we would approach that in deployed offshore.
So I take it you're saying you consider, particularly in a deployed context, there needs to be a degree of intersection between a commanding officer and a member in a military justice. Yes. My question is slightly different. And whether or not you think there can be more done to alleviate that risk of conflict by creating a single overarching coordination point for the provision of support services.
The support services framework and individual welfare boards is consistent no matter what the incident. So I wouldn't want to add confusion into a system. I'd want to keep whatever the system is simple for the allocation of services.
And I think I'm not suggesting a complexity in terms of the support services, but I mean, the understanding that we have is that there are a disparate number of support services that may be available to a member depending on what part of the military justice system they are engaging with. And I'm talking there particularly about sort of welfare supports that might be available to them.
So that's available to everyone no matter what incident.
Yes,
Yeah.
but they may be able to avail themselves of it in that particular military justice context.
Yes.
And in the military justice context, as we understand it, it can be the commander who would both identify for a member that they are about to go through a military justice process, but also be the person who is responsible for telling them these are the support services you can access.
Yes.
And what I'm suggesting is that there may be a inherent conflict, perhaps from the member receiving that information from the very person who's telling them they're about to go through that process. You'd accept that's a risk?
I would, except I also see that commanding officers are trained to recognise bias and not then be responsible for the process that the member is going through if they're the one that's imposed it.
No, and my point is really a slightly different one, is do you think there would be utility in perhaps recognising the particular trauma associated for a member going through a military justice process, having a single coordination point independent of command where they can go and be directed to welfare support services?
That is the individual welfare board, and if someone chairs that other than command, that can.
We might be across, but I'm not talking.
Yeah.
So I'm not talking just about sort of an individual welfare board. Say someone is a complainant in respect of an incident of unacceptable behaviour. Or say if someone is going through a fact-find process and that's causing them some personal mental health distress, my question, there are a number of supports that are available for them in respect of that particular distress. You'd agree with that? Independent of an independent welfare board.
Yes, and we appoint support people for those individuals to help coordinate what supports might be needed.
So there is a single point of coordination. And where does that sit?
It's still more than likely within a unit, and more than likely not in a, it could be in a direct command chain, it could be an equivalent command chain, it could be a peer. But that is the support person that checks on their welfare, helps with organising support services that might be needed, depending on circumstances.
And do you see there any utility in bringing that coordination point in terms of support services up to, say, the level of your organisation?
I think it would add complexity from the individual. Okay. So they would be very geographically dispersed from where I would be sitting. So I think it would increase complexity rather than have simplicity and immediate access from a support person for some coordination.
I'm going to move on to a new topic, Commissioners. Are there any questions you wanted to ask the General about military justice?
No, I think we're happy to proceed, Ms Longbottom.
I wanted to ask you if I could please, General, about your specific responsibilities with respect to defence families. And am I right, and I think you've touched upon this earlier, Defence member and family support branches now sit under your realm of authority. Is that from about the time you commenced in the role? Did you receive a briefing with respect to those branches?
Yep.
Could you please give Commissioners an overview of what that briefing identified as the particular challenges for the support Defence provides to families?
So Defence Member and Family Support Branch supports around 71,700 dependents across over, I was working it out, 275 different units, some ships, 53 deployed ships, across all state and territories. And so the dispersal nature of where our families are is a challenge. And having programs that work in one region doesn't necessarily work in another region. So making sure we can tailor to the nature of the family is really important. And having, I would also argue, a programmatic approach to the supports that are available and enabling access to those supports. We have had challenges in the past where families may not be able to access a defence base, or may not be able to access because the member has to sponsor them to access. So we are addressing that challenge, and this was one of the Defence Family Advocates' points around a portal that does recognise through other system checks the individual and doesn't require the member to sponsor them, but they have to at least be in the member's family list, so to speak.
And I'll come to ask you some questions about Defence Family Advocate in a moment.
That will enable access to information is what I'm saying, and then more information available rather than relying on a member is where that is.
And would you accept, General, that underpinning all the work that's done with families is really a fundamental philosophical question for Defence about whether or not Defence is for the member or if Defence is for the member and their families? Yes, you'd agree with that?
I would say there has been an adjustment of a view and a recognition that families support members' service.
And so am I right to say, in terms of that adjustment, do you consider that there has been a growing recognition that defence must not just be for the member, but it must be for the member and their families?
Yes, and that's actually now included in how we talk about the unique nature of military service and that families enable military service.
And in terms of defence supporting members and their families, would you accept that the objective has to be not just attempting to limit the disruption of service life, but rather giving families and their members a competitive life advantage?
I think that military service and what that brings could enable that through what Defence Member and Family Service branch can provide in training, in education, in different supports that are available to build different levels of resilience and awareness and supporting as a community, Defence Member and Family Support Branch, community engagement and connection for military families. When we post, there are stressors associated with posting that I think we should look at, and one of them is beyond my control, and it is having schools recognise when military families post. That's a degree of stress in and of itself. But when you have children, getting them into school often requires you to live in an area, and that, when you're talking to a lot of families, is the key stress. So I would like to see education departments accept military families and children into schools without an address, because you're instantly removing a stressor from a posting cycle and supporting the family. And then when you recognise, the schools recognise the children of military families, Defence can lean in and co-sponsor transition aids with schools that then provide other support mechanisms and help build that resilience and transition in. So I believe that families can thrive in and around meeting more people, having broader support networks, having opportunities, if we remove those stresses that cause the inverse of that.
And in terms of that particular challenge you've just identified that's out of your control, am I right to understand you consider that would be somewhere where states and territories could better support defence in better supporting families?
That's another plea.
You spoke in terms of what Defence Member and Family Support could do to better support families. Do you consider that it has the resources it needs to grapple with those big challenges that you've spoken about?
I'm tracking the budget that they have and the programs that they deliver. They have yet to come to me to request additional funding, but because I believe what they're doing is so critical to supporting service, and I know the CDF supports it too, I know that I would be supported if I needed additional funding in that respect.
And so I take it you don't yet have an understanding of what additional funding you do require, or do you have a sense of what you need to deliver on that vision?
So at the moment, they're delivering on a budget of $34 million. So programs across Australia and working with a grants program into communities that also deliver services. So it's like an ecosystem again. And if we have the settings right, that's that community engagement, removal of posting stress, broader networking, partner employment opportunities, that comes as well. And so if DMFS come to me and seek additional funding, I would look to provide that because it is so critical.
And are you leaning into DMFS
Yes.
to identify?
I'm asking who's accessing at what point as the satisfaction rate, and what else do we need to do? Is there more that we can deliver? And that's that family portal that the team are working hard on in that respect. I've not yet had them come to me with a different proposition in and around the programs that we are currently offering.
And now, another role you just mentioned was the Defence Family Advocate.
Yes.
And Defence Families Australia. What role do you see they play in terms of supporting families?
They are absolute advocates in regions, letting DepSec DP know what else is required from a broader system to support families. So sometimes it's not DMFS services that are needed. It might be base access. It might be a difficulty with housing issues. So broader aspects of service life.
And would you agree that the Defence Family Advocate plays a singular role for families because it sits outside of Defence, but it gives Defence members,
Yes.
families a voice?
Yes, absolutely, they do.
Do you have any views on the current resourcing and structure of the Defence Family Advocate and whether it is sufficient?
I know that it is being worked through and increased, and I can't tell you where that's sitting. I do know the Family Advocate had left the role, but I do know the role is waiting. All the interviewing process has concluded, and I understand there were outstanding candidates for the DFA itself role, and the family advocates more broadly, the team have done an outstanding job in the absence of the family advocate in ensuring that families have still been advocated for, that funding and pay issues are being worked through to resolution.
And so given the observations you've just made about the importance of that role, would it be fair to say that your view is that it needs to be properly funded and resourced because it is an integral part of supporting Defence families?
It is an advocate, it's not delivering programs.
No.
So it needs to be resourced appropriately to be an advocate role.
Yes, yeah. Now, you mentioned earlier in your evidence that at the time of transition, it's not just the member who's transitioning, but also the family as well. Apart from access to, I think it's PEAP that you mentioned as one of the programs, and transition seminars, are there any other supports Defence specifically offer family members as part of transition?
To attend meetings with the coaches so that they prepare together, and the coach can arrange timings that can enable that.
Now, General, you perhaps more than any other officer within the Australian Defence Force will have specific accountabilities and responsibilities for areas of concern of this Royal Commission. That spans from culture, SEMPRO, medical capability, recruitment, retention, transition, military justice and families. Beyond the views you've expressed today, are there any other recommendations you would ask commissioners to consider in enhancing the mental health and well-being of Defence members?
That all of those recommendations are area or themes of recommendation areas, I think will fall predominantly into my military personnel organisation to work through delivering to support mental health and wellbeing more broadly, in that the people helping the people, synchronising the recommendations is really important for me to make sure that we can get the right ones in early. I don't think we have the capacity to do a big bang effect, given the volume that would be across those areas and the interdependencies across those areas. So from that perspective, I just consideration of the recommendations. So removal of stresses in and around posting cycles, and I've mentioned one, that would be an instant sense of relief for families. The census for broader mental health and wellbeing, I, like DVA, am supportive of a census having an identifier in there about veterans' experiences. That, in part, links back to families because it helps understand where families might leave to and what supports are in place for families from a transition and broader mental health and wellbeing perspective. So I think we've run it once, and the utility of that helps everyone. And the legislative provision of how we talk to people in and around privacy and access piece will support broader mental health and wellbeing.
Now, you've just spoken about synchronisation and the demands on your own group in terms of delivery or implementation of the recommendations that arise out of the final report. I appreciate that this is in part speculative, but do you consider that you currently have the resources that you will need in order to meet those demands and also protect your own workforce from burnout?
Not at this point in time, but I know head of the task force is considering implementation arrangements. Those implementation arrangements, we've had an early discussion. I need to consider implementation arrangements in the organisation that I have more tactically, so they have to keep flowing down in order to implement, to make sure that real change happens.
And based on that analysis you're undertaking at the moment, do you have a sense of the further resources you think you will need in order to be able to achieve success?
Speculative for me at the moment. So I do believe form follows function. So if I have a sense, and we're working hard to implement changes at this point in time from the current reform we're doing to make sure we've got some headspace around when the report comes, understanding how we implement. So, but I've already indicated some of the metric approaches I have to go back and work a bit closer with because we're not there yet. So there will be a concurrency issue that I have that I will need to manage.
Thank you, General. Commissioners, I have no further questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Brown?
I just wanted to ask a couple of questions. One in relation to what you were talking about in terms of DFA. You said that funding and pay issues were being worked through, hopefully to resolution. My question in that is resolution to whose satisfaction? What are the parameters that are going to define resolution?
There were some issues with payment types that result in unders and overs, and so they had to work through all of the unders and overs to understand where the baseline is, and that's been done. And so there is a team dedicated to doing that with Defence Families Australia, and the payment to the Defence Family Advocate is not in my chain of responsibility, but I know it was being looked at and managed at a very high level to make sure that it was receiving appropriate remuneration.
So can I take it from that I'm just going back more to the DFA, not just the the advocate, but because what's been relayed to us, I guess, is some of the issues were, you know, part-time and essentially not having time to travel over regions and actually meet with people, having to either work on your own time or travel on your own time, not being remunerated adequately, not being given leave, you know, that provisions that any other public service would have. Are all of those things being addressed?
Not all, because they're not public servants. So the employment status isn't as a public servant. The travel time is being worked through because of some of the provisioning around distance from home and travel, and that impacts our advocates. But I know the whole team is working through all of those components with DFA to get a resolution. So I can't tell you where it's at formally. It's been a number of weeks since we had a meeting to get an update.
Okay, I appreciate what you have been able to tell us, but it's an issue of keen interest, I think, to ensure that there is support. And I hear what you're saying, they're not public servants, but one has to say, does that mean they should have different terms and conditions? That's somewhat inequitable. Can I just take a liberty and ask you one question that related to an earlier topic, if I could? And it's about recruitment. You told us that there is the functional assessment undertaken by the psychologist,
Yes.
so extensive process. One of the issues that they're looking to ascertain, I think either through that or the medical assessment, is whether or not there's any vulnerabilities, I guess mental health, suicide, in individuals. And one of the issues there, of course, is that there may be a reluctance to disclose any vulnerabilities or prior history because it's essentially a job interview. It's a selection process. Do you think, first of all, do you think that's actually an issue? And secondly, do you think that recruits would be more likely to disclose after they've been recruited any pre-existing vulnerabilities? Or do you think they're equally unlikely to disclose?
I'm conscious that you've had private briefings on the psychological process, and so I'm mindful of that. The reason there are a number of touch points in the recruiting approach is to gather a full picture about an individual. So it's not just what a person might say to a psychologist. It's a number of touch points in all staff engagements that we look to for suitability to undertake military service.
Is there anything more that you think could be done to encourage disclosure of any pre-existing vulnerabilities?
So I often think to COVID and the generation of youth that have gone through a schooling system where some have had anxiety and have demonstrated help-seeking behaviours that resolve the anxiety. For me, I don't want to see someone excluded from defence that has actually demonstrated help-seeking behaviours, because that's the behaviours that we're trying to implement in defence. So I wrestle with how do we do that in a safe way. I don't have an answer, but I just want to make sure our youth who should they want to serve the military have an opportunity and aren't disadvantaged because they demonstrated help-seeking behaviours. So.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Douglas.
Thanks, General. You asked about one area in which states and territories could help the military better, namely in respect of enrolling children at schools without addresses, I think. Another area that's crossed our bows is in the medical system, where you might have members of the military with children, say with special needs. They get on a queue in one state for treatment, and just before they arrive at the point where they can get the treatment, the family's posted elsewhere.
Yeah.
Is there any formal or informal structure by which the military can get in the ear of the states? We know there's a minister's council for veterans. Is there something similar for defence generally?
So, Commissioner, in one of my prior roles, we had worked with the Disability Commission to have flagged that some of our dependents with special needs were military families and therefore moved and wouldn't be disadvantaged in that move. I'd need to clarify with the Defence Member and Family Support Branch, because we worked really hard collectively to make sure that wasn't happening, because I heard the same messages and it's heartbreaking. So I was under the assumption that had been resolved by the flagging in the system, but I will check.
Thanks.
Thank you, General. I just have one issue, sort of taking it a step further from Commissioner Douglas's point. We'd appreciate you've got a massive portfolio with a whole lot of areas of responsibility. I think this issue may have landed on your lap, and if it hasn't, it probably will in the future. And it's about rotation every 2 years or 3 years of the senior people. We've certainly heard evidence about the negative impact that has on the individual, as often on the families as well. We've also asked and we've heard about the rationale, if you like, for doing it, which is to broaden people's horizons and give them different experiences and so on. The Commission has not reached a view on this issue, but there's certainly some evidence to suggest that it's not a convincing argument to continue it. And it may be unfair of me to ask, and you may not want to express an opinion, but is it something that you can comment on?
Yes, Commissioner, because we actively look at the number of postings, and not all postings generate a removal or a stress. And this is we need to look at some of this differently, and I don't have a view of differently, but differently, because the modelling retention behaviours work talks about substantial increases in retention by a change of a work location or a changing of a role being retaining options, and then the posting portion has concern for others. And so we learnt during COVID that you move one person, you move three more people because of the interconnectedness. I would say, depending on what service you are, the basing structure is quite different and therefore enables longer service in location. And I'd say Army are in more locations than anyone, and so therefore would experience more disruption in a posting sense. But the team actively work to do back-to-back posting geographically, and you can do that when you're in a Brisbane circumstance with an Amberley and an Enoggera. You could do that in a Sydney location or in Canberra. So some of the bigger locations, you can do that, and they actively look at it. When I questioned the team around removals, there was an indication that 58% of them in the last financial year generated a removal. So that is a lot, but it's not as many as the postings. We work on posting surety as well. So we might say, can you go to Puckapunyal? And if you go to Puckapunyal, you're guaranteed the next posting location. And a person might say, I could do talk with family. I could do posting in Puckapunyal for 2 years if I can move my family to this location and I'm guaranteed of posting to that location. So whilst we know it is disruptive and to a number of people, it also does incentivise people staying. So I have to work out that dynamic tension. But what I would do in the interim, and it goes to Defence Member and Family Support Branch, how do I remove the stress of a posting that causes angst? And we work actively with people on postings and trying to minimise disruption where circumstances require it.
Thank you. I didn't expect you to have a solution and an answer
No.
while we're here. But what I'm taking away from you, General, is that it is a complicated case and it's on your radar and you're just looking to see if you can ease the pain of those who do have to move regularly.
And only move when you have to move.
I remember being told, I think by a couple of people now in private sessions, that one fellow said that his children did not really have many friends because he was moved every 2 or 3 years and they don't have long-lasting relationships. It's the unfortunate side effect, impact, but thank you. Mr. Fordham, did you want to raise any matters?
No, thank you.
Ms. Longbottom, any matters arising?
Nothing further. Thank you, Commissioners. May the General be excused from her summons.
Yes. Thank you for your evidence today. Oh, you want to say something?
Yes, sorry, Commissioner.
That's fine. Please go ahead.
I just want to thank the Commission for the time. I've indicated the team I have are really passionate, but more importantly, I want to thank the witnesses that have been coming here, the lived experience witnesses, some of whom I know and have supported them making submissions and coming, because without their courage to come forward, you can't make changes. And so we are listening and making changes. And I certainly feel the weight of that responsibility with this role. And I know it's new, but I know the team I have, and I know when I ask for help, I'll be given it. And so that is to support your work, but more importantly, to support a change in our Defence Force that enables service for their country. So thank you.
No, thank you, General, and thank you for your evidence and thank you for the amount of preparation you've had to put in. And we know it's not an easy or enjoyable experience being here for a day, but it is very much appreciated. And certainly you're right in relation to the witnesses that have come forward. It's like a huge jigsaw puzzle and they've all given us a piece of it. And a lot of courage has been displayed by those who have given evidence. There's no doubt about that. You're excused from your summons to appear today, and thank you again. Ms. Longbottom, is there any other matters?
No, thank you, Commissioner.
Okay. If there's no other matters, I think we'll adjourn until 9 a.m. tomorrow.
All rise. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide will adjourn to 9 a.m. Thursday the 21st of March.